compromised, nation suffers. A Mopiton statement. My worry is that these are leaders know the truth but find it difficult to implement. Is aware of what his commission is putting Nigerians into. Effiong Inam puts it this way: police arrest Adeyemi's father. Okay, a lot of you have interest in that, in it. They don't show us ghost workers now, ghost agency be the new format. They are just test running what will happen after 2027 election. IMF has already alerted that the FG is making out of budget unrecorded expenditure, which the FG they've also come out. This is Louis from Rukwaku. I already read your message, so let's move on. Thank you. Makachika Dikenuba puts it this way, or this is Makachika Bikariachi. Makachika. Nigerians are not starving to death because they are hungry. If they could have occupied the streets and Aso Rock protesting against Tinubu until he resigned, they could have occupied the streets and Aso Rock protesting against Tinubu till he resigns. Are you not seeing the crowd at APC rallies? Okay. Oweri Medino, on the meeting between the FG and Dangote, you can't regulate the price of what you don't produce. FG should keep their pockets and ego dry, maintain our refineries, process our crude, and enjoy in the end. Wokoro Ikechukwu. Okay. Obi accuses Tinubu of abandoning victims. Purely truth, I think Mr. President is more concerned now about the 2027 election. When elections are compromised, nation suffers. Amupiton. Now he's talking sense. Not later he will follow suit. Please, we want positive impact from him come 2027. Marketers insist on slashing fuel price, but you people exist to reduce. I guess you meant insist or exist to reduce price, giving unnecessary excuses. All right, the much I can take. We'll go on a short break again. We'll remind you of some of the programs that we host here. So just in case you're just tuning in, you're wondering what do we do, we'll hint you on some of them. And when we return, we'll get into our conversation, yeah? It's Today 95.1. Please stay with us. Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
African style. African style. African style.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, let's get another item through, then the next item, and the next item. Let me introduce Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, who's our in-house analyst. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning. Good morning, Nigeria.
Chief Asim Adams is writing his. No, finish.
Good morning.
We'll wait for you to
Encyclopedia.
to finish writing what you're writing, so that we can read out everything you want us to read. Because I want to begin by asking you a question. I need that confirmation. I know the Police Act prohibits the police from doing that. So, Asim Adams, Esquire, legal practitioner, co-convener, Access to Justice International. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning to you, Kelly. Good morning, Nigerians, everybody.
So, the police, they haven't told us. They haven't spoken, but we're getting reports that they arrested Prince Adeni Adeyemi.
Okay.
Adeni Adeyemi is the very famous man now. Very famous in terms of the number of times that Nigerians are talking about him.
Yes.
About that fake agency that's claimed by the federal government, even though there are many gray lines and a lot of questions yet to be answered.
Yes.
Regarding their operations. So, his father was arrested.
Okay.
He has a date in court. If the target, I say if because the police, they are yet to speak. If the target was him, did they do the legal thing in arresting the father?
That is wrong. Under the Police Act, I can't remember the particular section, but I know that section 25 or thereabout, or 20 something. The so-called proxy arrest is highly prohibited. under the Police Act. It is clearly stated, and even the courts have stated, that you cannot arrest another for the offense of the other. So if they have arrested the father, then it is very, 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 very wrong and illegal. So whatever detention he is undergoing right now is an illegal detention. The father, if whenever he's released from wherever he is, has the right to go to court to enforce his fundamental human rights under Section 46. In fact, under Section 34, 35, 36 of the 1999 Constitution and Section 46 of 1. He has that particular right to go to court and damages be paid. But if there are reasons, maybe he was implicated or he was directly involved.
And being that they haven't spoken, we don't know yet.
So we don't know yet. I'm sure because I was with the Commissioner of Police, I think that was on Friday last week.
Okay.
And he vehemently criticized and said that any proxy arrest anywhere that we notice, we should inform him. He even gave his direct numbers. You understand? So I believe they cannot just detain because they know. They know the implications. Except there's something they know that we don't know. You understand? Because this particular allegation is a deep one, a monumental, matter that we need to unravel. And anybody that is remotely or directly involved should be arrested and prosecuted, no matter how highly placed the person is. You understand? I was, the other day I was somewhere and I stumbled on on a particular matter that has to do with something like this. And
that's proxy arrest.
No, not proxy arrest. In this Adeni, whatever.
No, we'll get to that.
Okay, we'll get there.
I just wanted to
but that proxy arrest is not allowed under the Police Act.
Okay.
And even the Constitution. And you cannot even detain him, more than 24 hours. 48 hours if there's no court around that particular area. You can. You see, there's something I want to add, Kelly. On Friday, I told you I had to call the Commissioner of Police. There was a reason for that. There is a new thing that the Nigerian police is exploiting, not exploring, to detain Nigerians illegally. What is that new thing? Especially the federal police. Section 293 to 299 of the ACJ, Act 2015, signed by Jonathan. That is an inglorious and notorious one. It's anathema to the Constitution. Section 295. He said that a policeman can come in if you make any allegation against Mr. A. They can just pick you up and run to the nearest magistrate court, ex parte, and get an ex parte order to do what they call remand order. The magistrate can even sign this particular order on a Sunday or a Saturday because it's ex parte. And once police get that, because they use that against my client on Friday, and I have to, destroy that particular whatever, that they don't even have such right. And I want to say to the magistrates and the judicial officers that are doing this, I want to commend a magistrate in Rivers State, court, who they brought it before her. And she looked at this and said, look, I don't see why should I detain or why should I even grant this order? Why should I grant this order when the particular, cause of action is business related? But because you want to punish, the person arrested and keep him in detention while you are ferreting or investigating That's the underlying whatever case may be. That if I have any allegation against you and I can keep you there, then I'll be going and torture you, then you have to confess because you're already in detention. And, you know, Nigerian lawyers should speak out against this because, one, that particular act gives the magistrate and the police, in the first instance, 14 days without trial. That is, it means the police can keep anybody in their detention, TSS, anybody at all, security agencies, in the first instance, 14 days. And if they are not, done with their investigation, they will go back to that same court and ask for an extension for another 14 days. The 14 days, we get up to 54 days before they can, now the court will now begin to say, oh, the maximum dates have been charging to court. That is anathema to, section 35, 36 of the 1999 Constitution. But fortunately, on that particular day, I don't want to call the name of the magistrate, but I know that people were in court that day knew. She saw the remand. We said, look, how can this man has been in your detention for 10 good days. Now, when lawyers were now coming for him, you now surreptitiously, mendaciously, in a way of vendetta, then you go and acquire or procure a remand order or warrant, as case may be, for a matter that is the magistrate saying, no, I cannot approve this. So I don't think I can't approve this. I commend it. As I said, this is how the law should be. This is how it should be. The Nigerian police may have acted out of malice to arrest Adeniyi's father. Why? Maybe the day they came for arrest, he challenged them and they felt that why should this man challenge us? With impunity, they can even invoke that particular section. I'm telling you, because the police that seem to use the law against innocent Nigerian masses. I'm happy you brought up this topic. Today, I am bitter. And I spoke my mind before the court. I told the court, this is not fair. And I told the police, department, the state CID, I said, it is not fair. And when I started shouting, they said, I said, you cannot walk me out of your station because I am standing on my tentacles for my client. I know that you have violated his rights. And in due course, we are going to seek justice. Okay. Even though they hurriedly, had to release him on a Saturday. But certainly, in spite of the fact that the magistrate will say, look, we can't even do this. You can't bring this. I mean, if you have anything, why don't you charge to court immediately if you have any evidence against him? Why are you keeping... Is Nigerians animals? Or do you like keeping people inside your cell like the zoo? As the case may be, it is wrong.
All right. Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, I think morally, because I'm not armed with the law, morally, it would be wrong if just an adult commits an offense, you head to his father, the second adult, and then have him arrested. I don't understand where that kind of thing happens, except perhaps in the early men's day. It cannot be now. Kelly, even God Almighty does not charge any adult that is a son to another. You go for the father. If I commit a sin, if my father were still alive, I will bear the brunt of that sin. That's in the case of God. And I think that translates to these certain laws we have. They draw it from such moral standpoint. Now, except as Chief Adam added, I tell you, I was going to make such a caveat also, because who knows exactly, the nature of this case, who knows exactly how Adeniyi's father may have got himself involved in the whole cauldron, and as a result, he has to be arrested if there is any involvement he has there. But if not, because Adeniyi is maybe they didn't get him, they look for Adeniyi. and not his father. That's what I want to say.
Let me see if I can extract some reactions from panelists on this issue. So I'm seeing, I just saw the FCCPC's actual statement on the directive from President Tinubu for them to investigate some of the big tech companies. NPO comprises Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN, Nigeria Union of Journalists, NUJ, Nigerian Guild of Editors, NGE, and Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, BON, and the Guild of Corporate Online Publishers. I feel like I should put Opaka Dokubo on the phone. Maybe we'll do it later on. The federal government's position was communicated to the FCPC in a letter signed by the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris. The investigation promises to open a new vista in Nigeria's media history. In recent years, concerns have been raised by the Nigerian media industry over the growing impact of certain digital platforms on the sustainability of the country's news ecosystem. Specifically, the NPO is increasingly uncomfortable with major technology companies including Meta, Alphabet, X, and certain generative AI platforms, citing practices capable of undermining fair competition, the commercial viability of Nigerian media organizations, and the legitimate rights of content creators and publishers. I would have to have Mr. Dokubo on the phone, but let me take reactions. President Tinubu's charge to the FCCPC to investigate big tech companies. This is blankets from what I can see here. The investigation promises to open a new vista in Nigeria's media history and so on and so forth. They talked about what? Citing practices capable of undermining fair competition, the commercial viability of Nigerian media organizations, and the legitimate rights of content creators and publishers. So you would have heard of this charge. I think some of you would have heard of President's directive to the FCCPC to investigate big tech companies in Nigeria.
On content creation.
Content creation, I think news is another thing, because it's an umbrella organization that sent a petition. I mentioned them. NPO comprises Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, the Nigeria Union of Journalists, NUJ, Nigerian Guild of Editors, NGE, and the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, BON, and the Guild of Corporate Online Publishers, GOCOP. So it's a huge umbrella.
They are the petitioners.
Yes. The petition, the petition that the president should investigate these companies for unfair practices in the news space. I don't know if you've read of it.
I haven't, but if I can,
okay.
I think I have a little knowledge about that. Periscoping what I think the chief of chief of defense staff, I don't know again, went on air and was talking about particularly content creators and creations.
Okay.
That the when you bring in fake news, you recycle it. Old news, you recycle it, especially those that affect terrorism, etc., as the case may be, where you find out that a terrorist organization has, abducted one or two persons. They do video of how they slaughter. They do video of how they shoot. Live, whatever, then, disseminate. He's saying that we should, or they should not rebroadcast it. You understand the point now? That anybody that is involved in such, should be, examined.
Yes,
as the case may be. Is it not? It's
no, this completely different.
Okay, it's different from what I know. Then I don't know.
From my reading of it, it's completely different. My understanding, my literal understanding of it is, they think it's exploitation. With artificial intelligence, today,
yes,
I can get more resource from the internet faster.
Yeah.
And AI has the ability, some more experienced persons will correct me. AI has the ability to get information even from certain restricted spaces.
Okay.
So
Even some confidential
some paid accounts might be vulnerable with a very tight prompt. AI can sniff around it. It won't get the entire thing. It will just get a relevant part of that print, extract it,
That's there.
and add it to the research findings for whoever wants it.
Okay.
Right? So I think that's what they are complaining of.
Okay.
That these things cheat them of the resources that they should get. For instance, I was saying it earlier. There is a particular website. I want to read something there. They tell me to subscribe before I can read it.
That's right.
I think Bloomberg does it. Bloomberg, they do something like that.
Even there's one legal this thing also.
They say you have to subscribe before you can read.
Yes,
so if AI can extract certain information, why am I subscribing? So, but I feel like there's more. Let's see if we can take a few minutes after the 9 o'clock news and explore. I'll speak to journalists, speak to some
That's right. I think they should do more.
tech people. Let's have an insight into this, and then we can build conversation from there. All right, we'll take a break based on bills. When we come back, we'll continue. Let me introduce Chief Engineer Kedom Richard Deka, MNSC 2019 governorship candidate, Publicity Secretary Concerned, and Patriotic ex-governorship candidate, Rivers AG1. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, the very good people of River State.
All right, so we'll take that break. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have Harrison from Nuns Luxury Homes joining us at this time. Hello, Harrison. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Tell us what you do at Nuns Luxury Homes. Do you have new estates that you'd like to bring to the notice of the public? Your prices, payment plans, and the rest.
Okay, good morning, my people of River State. How una dey? We, the Nuns Luxury Homes Limited, they say a very big thank you to all our clients. We buy land from Nuns Garden Estate and Nuns Flourish Estate Phase 1. We really appreciate una and we say God bless you all. My name na Harrison and we dey introduce to una brand new estate where we dey launch. The name na Nuns Flourish Estate Phase 2 and Phase 3, where they for Imogu community in Omagwa, near Cattle's Filling Station. This land na 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout. Nuns Flourish Estate Phase 2, this one na correct soup and we dey launch am for promo price of 1.8 million naira. Yes, now 1.8 million naira for outright payment. But if you no get the complete money, no worry yourself. You can start as low as 1 million naira. Then we go help you spread the remaining balance for 3 months. But no say now 2 million naira na you go pay because na instrumental payment. So sharply call us on our number, make we carry you go show you where this land dey. Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. Our second number na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office dey for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. Nuns Flourish Estate Phase 2, where they sell for 1.8 million naira. This land na correct dry land, no be waterlog, na confirm buy and build. And as you dey buy from us, we dey sama you with free deed of conveyance. Yes, so we dey give you free deed of conveyance and instant allocation. We no dey wait make you dey for weeks before we allocate you. As you dey make payment, our surveyor dey on ground to map out your land immediately. Nonce Flourish Estate selling for 1.8 million naira. So number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. Our inspection days now from Monday to Saturday, from 10 o'clock a.m. to 4 p.m. That's our inspection days. Another estate where I dey introduce to na Nonce Flourish Estate phase 3. This one na hot cake and na the oga patapata of them all. This one we dey launch am for promo price of 2.2 million naira. Yes, so na 2.2 million naira for outright payment. But if you no get the complete money, you can start as low as 1 million naira. Then we go help you spread the remaining balance for 3 months. And no say, well, if you dey buy land from us, we dey sama you with free deed of conveyance and instant allocation. My brother, nobody does it if not Nonce Luxury Homes Limited. So what are you waiting for? This is the right time for you to invest on this promo price where they go on at Nonce Luxury Homes Limited. With 1.8 million naira, you will get yourself a land in Nonce Flourish Estate phase 2. And with 2.2 million naira, you will get yourself a land for Nonce Luxury Home from Nonce Flourish Estate phase 3. So sharply call us on our number, make we carry you go show you where this land dey. Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. Our second number na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. My brother, no allow landlord dey take advantage of you every year. This is the right time for you to invest on this our land and thank us later. And remember, land no dey wait for anybody. The more you are taking your time, the more it's getting higher. Why not take advantage of this our promo now and thank us later?
Okay, where are the locations again of the properties?
The land there for Imogu community in Omagwa near Cattle's filling station, and a 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout.
Okay, those paying installments, how much are they supposed to pay, and how long do they have to complete their payment?
For instrumental payment, if you no get the complete money, you can start as low as 1 million naira. Then we go help you spread the balance for 3 months. But no say, now if you now Nonce Flourish Estate phase 2 where we dey sell for 1.8, you go pay 2 million naira because na instrumental payment. While if na Nonce Flourish Estate phase 3 where be 2.2 million naira, if na instrumental payment, you go pay 2.5 million naira.
Okay. Documents that you give to the person that is on installment plan.
Okay, in installments, you will have to finish your payment before we can allocate you.
Okay.
Yes.
But you have to give
and
them
we give them free deed of conveyance.
Those on installments. That's after they have completed their payment.
Yes, after you've completed your payment, we will give you free deed of conveyance.
Okay. The same document you give to every other person, the person that pays outright.
Yes.
It's free deed of conveyance you give to them.
Yes. With instrumental payments, you have to finish your payment first before we give you your free deed of conveyance and instant allocation.
When are your visiting days?
Our visiting days now from Monday to Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Again, please.
Our inspection days now Monday to Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Allocate you immediately. We dey allocate you immediately, and we dey give you free deed of conveyance after 3 days of your payment. Your documents dey come out, and you can start anything you want to do in your land, and nobody go worry you.
Phone numbers, physical address before we go.
Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. Our second number na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali.
Thank you so much, Harrison from Non's Luxury Homes, for making the time to be here.
All right, thank you, sir.
News update next. Please stay with us.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu has defended the exclusion of the Federal Capital Territory Administration from the Treasury Single Account Framework, maintaining that the financial liberation has provided the liquidity and operational flexibility required to fast-track major projects across the nation's capital. Speaking through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, at the inauguration of the Body of Benches Office Annex and Staff Quarters, Nigerian Law School in Bari, the President commended the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, for transforming the mandate into tangible infrastructure. Addressing public concerns, the President firmly rejected the notion that building facilities for the legal sector constitutes executive overreach. He maintained that providing modern workspaces and housing for judicial officers is a collaborative governance duty, highlighting ongoing federal funding for Court of Appeal divisions, magistrates court, and academic digitization as key components of this commitment. Our Federal High Court in Abuja has set July 10 for the determination of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC suit seeking final forfeiture of 57 properties allegedly tied to former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami. Justice Joyce Abdul-Malik adjourned the ruling without stating the reason, after previously scheduling it for Monday following the adoption of final arguments in May. EFCC counsel Jibrin Okutekba had claimed that properties are proceeds of unlawful activities and should be forfeited to the federal government. However, Malami's lawyer Adedayo Adedeji argued that the EFCC's case is based on suspicion, not credible evidence, and many properties were acquired before Malami's tenure. Judgment is now set for July 10, which will likely decide the fate of the disputed assets. Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal has suspended 5 officials from the Zamfara State Contributory Healthcare Management Agency following allegations of financial misconduct and insubordination. According to a statement issued by the head of service, Dr. Shehu Hassan, the suspended personnel include the Director of Finance, Mane Sani, Director of Administration, Hawal Tanimu, Deputy Director of Finance, Nafiu Suleiman, and Accountant, Yunusa Mohammed, as well as Hambali Isa. Hassan added that the governor also directed the State Auditor General to conduct a thorough investigation into the allegations, noting that the administration remains committed to justice and adherence to the rule of law, particularly in the treatment of civil servants. In anticipation of scheduled anti-government protests this Tuesday, Tanzanian authorities have detained dozens of individuals as security forces mobilize to deter demonstrations advocating for political reform. In a statement delivered by Army spokesperson Sylvester Mangure, he reinforced the government's ban on political rallies, declaring all upcoming demonstrations unlawful. Mangure rebuffed claims of military alignment with the protest organizers, accusing unnamed factions of exploiting local youth through false narratives. He concluded by urging civic cooperation in identifying organizers and confirming the armed forces' commitment to suppressing civil unrest. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1.
It is an umbrella, a broad umbrella of media organizations that wrote that petition to President Tinubu. They cited exploitation, unfair practices, and so on and so forth. Just your summary of what you think may be the core issues here.
Okay, so Kelly, if you look at the press release, I just saw that press release like you sent it.
Okay.
However, the key issues at stake is the fact that to train generative AI, data is required, and the data that is required is being scraped from websites. Which includes news websites, news organization websites.
Okay.
So that data is scraped and used to train the AIs, right? And ideally, when you follow some of the rules, compensation is supposed to be paid, right? So But
for web
in
scraping,
well, if you use those data are supposed to be proprietary in terms of the fact that somebody generated them. Okay, in other jurisdictions, similar cases have gone to court, right? Similar cases have gone to court. I know that organizations like Washington Post and some other big organizations are taking some of the big techs to court. Saying that they used their information to train their AI, right? Even in South Africa, similar. In fact, it's also in that press release, right? Even in South Africa, similar case have gone to court against Google, and they agreed that Google should pay about $40 million annually. For 3 to 5 years to these media organizations, right? So, yeah, I think that's what the Nigerian media organizations are also trying to achieve, through this. So the thing is, globalization has its effect. The media organizations are going to claim that they did not essentially use those media, and I think it's okay. Let them investigate and maybe go to court.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. Beyond training AI models, could this also be part of the thing? Washington Post. I don't know if it's paid, but I know that New York Times is paid. If it's paid for, you can't just read a post from New York Times. You have to subscribe to read a post from New York Times. I think Bloomberg and there's a business channel in Nigeria that you also have to subscribe to read their bulletins, right? I know that AI can scrap some information, maybe scrape some information out of those sites without necessarily giving you the full article. If you wanted a reference, AI could get that in based on your prompt and add it to your research findings, and they will still mention the source. I know that AI will give you the source. Could that be part of what this petition is about? That AI now allows researches can happen without necessarily people getting into paid content, paying for those content, extracting that information and using it. But with AI now, you can just extract the information, at least parts of it, use for your research and move on without royalties being returned to the originating source.
Yeah, Kenny, you are right. That's part of the issue. However, I don't think that the key issue is just about, I don't think that the key issue is about just taking part of an article. I think it's also about, training the model itself. Okay? I think that where AI referenced, even up to last night, where AI referenced an article that is dated, but it tells you a summary of what's there.
Yes.
And then gives you the link to it. And then when you go to the link, you discover that that article is dated, intelligent. Do you understand? So I think it's about using their output to create something new without compensating them. I think that's for me. I think that's what it is.
So this case is being investigated by SCPC. So we allow them to do what they're supposed to do. I'm just wondering, let's assume that I'm a user. I subscribe for that content, right? I'm a subscribed user. I get that content from that website, and I put the same content on, let's say, Google search, or let's say I need to upload something. I upload something online. that data, sometimes we even share data like this with AI. We take a whole document, we put it on AI, and we tell AI to summarize that document. The moment we feed AI with that information, that data
now data is not used to train their model.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Except you participate in a certain program. Okay. So you are not. So the data you give to AI uses it for the purpose of working with you. Okay. It's not globalized.
I agree, but it's still stored in the AI's memory, isn't it?
It's stored in AI memory, but nobody else can use that information except for you. So it provides only the context for your personal use. You understand?
How far do you see this? How far do you see this investigation going?
Well, this is not the first time FCCPC has been involved in such investigation. Remember that they took Meta to court. They took Meta to court and actually won Meta.
And they settled behind closed doors.
Say that again.
They settled behind closed doors. Isn't that the case?
Settled behind closed doors. But I mean, if Meta didn't find that they were going to lose, they wouldn't settle behind closed doors.
Well, that's true.
Say that again.
I said that's true. That's very correct.
Yeah, if they didn't think that they were going to lose, they wouldn't settle behind closed doors. So they took Meta to court and they won.
Okay.
And got some, and find Meta.
I'm looking at the broader implications of this. FCCPC, they do what they're empowered by law to do. They investigate. They have hard evidence against these big tech companies, exploitation, unfair practices, and so on and so forth. Whether it's in training their models or it's part of getting information, paid information, and making it easily accessible by the public, and so on and so forth. When it comes down to making decisions, if these companies see that your rules are becoming too neck-breaking for them, could they decide to say, well, let's review and restrict some of our services in these regions because of the level of control that these countries are introducing? I know it sounds unreasonable because Europe is actively introducing guardrails in the use of artificial intelligence. America is actively doing the same thing. So in China, for instance, it's so tight that for some of them, it's even difficult for them to survive. So why shouldn't Nigeria also do the same thing in protecting, their intellectual properties?
So Kelly, you're very, very correct. The organizations can decide to restrict their services to Nigeria if they feel that Nigeria is Nigeria is becoming very difficult for them to operate in. However, if they consider that decision will be weighted against whether Nigeria is an important economic, country to their business, right? On the flip side of things, right? How far we go in making, in punishing these people for wrongdoing, will also be a factor of, do we as a people need their services, right? Because at the moment we don't produce those services. Okay, unlike Europe and America,
there are options.
There are options. They can afford to sanction any of those companies heavily, right? China is restrictive by default, and they have options. They actually produce. They are doing it because they want their own homegrown technology to grow, and that's why they are restricting the Western product, okay, by default. So, where is Nigeria's own technologies that can take over from these people? All right. So, what I see happening is there will always be a soft landing, just like in the case of South Africa. There will always be a soft landing.
Because it will seem like we need them a lot more than
they need us.
I just didn't want to say that. Mr. Ochaniche, thank you so much. Thank you.
You've made me say it.
Thank you so much. But our numbers are significant, really, because when it comes down to the numbers, we do have the numbers. Yes, our population is not as large as America, but for a developing economy with little options, the numbers may be good for them.
With internet access, right?
Okay.
But how many of them are able to pay for data? How many of them are online? That will always have the potential, okay? And this is to a large extent, it is that potential that a lot of these people are interested in how to exploit, right?
Okay.
Child is being realized, right? So, I mean, they are actually really working to see how they can make that potential, serve them.
In other words, they are investing more in Nigeria than Nigeria is investing in them?
At the moment, you can say that. But, I mean, you cannot be investing if you do not have
some kind of returns
to get returns.
Thank you again, Mr. Aniche. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly, for having me.
All right. I'm sure this is something, but I think it's for young people in Nigeria, this is a serious issue. It should be a serious issue. I've said it over time. I use AI a lot. I enjoy using AI in this country. For me, I will not like it. I'm telling you guys, literally, I will not like it because I use AI a lot. I use AI to do a lot of things, multiple tasks. I use AI to perform multiple tasks, and it gives me good results. So if this investigation is going to ensure that our local media organizations get their mentions and royalties without biting us badly, well, let's wait and see. So now I have a bit of a context. I can't speak to more persons because of time constraint. Henry Kine joins us. He's a legal practitioner, National Legal Advisor Committee for the Defense of Human Rights, CDHR. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to join you this morning.
All right. Are you aware of this FCCPC petition statement that they're investigating big tech companies?
No.
Skip it because at least you don't see today.
I was listening and then listening to my friend Uche. Uche and I, just to mention, are part of the core working group for River State for domestication of the National Act and then the framework also for digital technology and innovation in River State. So I was listening to him, and that's been the wealth of the contribution he has actually put in that.
That's all that you want to say?
That's all I want to say. And I've said so much now about it. So that's to say that we are driving the process for, if you like, institutionalizing and then creating the legal framework for tech development in River State. That's also much now.
This is grammar.
This is long and short politicking.
Long and short of this is
at least you don't see what you say.
Is grammar.
Lawyers said they are learning, but they don't know this.
I said skip and he didn't skip quickly.
No, because I know that lawyers are getting specialized now. So if we had lawyers who were specializing in tech,
they would have
in tech, it would have been easier for them to break this down.
This thing down.
Yes.
Because they would have seen that petition. They will see what our local laws have regarding operations of these tech companies. I'm not sure we have a lot of laws.
Not quite. That's why we're driving what I just said. It's just I haven't heard about it. If I had, probably I would have related that with what we are doing in the co-working group. That Uche is very strong backbone to it. I haven't heard.
Okay, let's move on. Let's come back to the general issues. At least I have a little insight. I'll keep talking with my friends, and I'm certain I will get more information on this issue. But for time, I can't do it on the radio this morning. Presidency and Office of the Accountant General of the Federation differ on PFIPC's CBN account. So, Bayon Anuga, in that statement he released last week, July 1, was very unambiguous. The police found that Adeyemi, using the fake documents he created, fraudulently opened a CBN account by misleading the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. But Director of Public Relations, Office of the Accountant General of the Federation says the PF says that the process is yet to be complete. Does it worry you, or do you think that one person was in a haste to release a statement and then they're not doing catch up?
You see, apparently, this particular unfortunate, scandalous revelation, for me, it just depicts what is really going on in this administration. Even if we've been worried about the deliberate lopsidedness with every administration that comes to say we want to fight corruption in Nigeria, but this seemingly, like Olarotimi would say, this is the father of them all. For many, corruption have we seen, but this indeed is the father of them all. Now, what's the mix of press releases and statements from this same office? That again also shows that there are a lot of other issues that are going to come out from this very scandalous revelation. And then the last I also read about it is even where, come on, the office of the secretary to the government of the federation, and then the permanent secretary, general, different departments of government, would also just still ask us, are we really sure that this particular agency of government, or that the two of them, were not founded or established, as it were? And if they were to hear than the ones they would always tell us when protesters want to go on the street to express themselves and say they have intelligence report. This is where they should also actually demonstrate the intelligence report, as a matter of fact, and then let Nigerians know this is no longer a matter of maybe some individual or somebody stepping on the toes of another. I think my analysis is getting this broad because I've read and tried to follow up this matter closely and ask these questions. Is somebody stepping on somebody's feet? Is somebody revealing what somebody doesn't want to hear? Is it true really that somebody said give me 12 point something billion naira and then the other person probably was reneging and then all of these were busting? Or is so this particular reference of the same office of the Accountant General of the Federation, one person speaking from the left side of the mouth and another speaking from the right side of the mouth, is just lending credence to the fact that there are so much about it. But let's put even one. For me, the critic is this: all departments and agencies of government should be scrutinized indeed.
All of them.
All of them. All of them. All of them. If truly we are sincere that we want to fight corruption. And sometimes we pretend in this country as if we're not seeing. You're a public officer. It's creeping beyond the politicians. You're a public officer whose salary is known and should be a public thing. There is no secrecy about the salary of any public officer. That's one. Then you now see a public officer who holds a position, some are even probably intermediate positions, but they are owning all kinds of property, even in your own state where you are, in probably your own area where you live. They are the ones that own some of those big hotels, the ones that own some of those big housing estates, except until they step on someone's feet. Then investigation now comes and reveals maybe that person as a scapegoat. Otherwise, this is, see, citizens have the right to continue to participate in government. And the way you continue to participate beyond periodic election is that you have a voice to question and call for accountability and answerability of public officials. I know that that's like a utopic kind of thing, really, right? An ideal society. But with this particular scandal about a presidential agency, and with all of the relationships, having them invited to participate in foreign missions and foreign conferences, providing for them in the budget. And then you say the National Assembly, I'm not surprised, because it's the National Assembly that a whole bulk of volumes of the budget appropriation bill could come to them today and tomorrow is passed. So where is the scrutiny? And that's the actual provision of the Constitution where the legislature we get involved in that appropriation bill is to thoroughly, dispassionately scrutinize the components and all of the budgetary headings and details. How could you be providing fund for an agency that you never passed a law to establish?
I need to plead with you. Let's take a short break. When we
Thank
come
you.
back, we'll continue.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, needed to sort out something. We're back, and Mr. Ekene was speaking on scrutiny.
Yes. And then, again, I think this also will, if we're responsible and reasonable in also public service review, this would also suggest our interrogation into the proliferation of agencies and parastatals of government. Sometimes I've actually even wondered what core mandate and, if you like, vision or even duties of some parastatals that we have. But this is a revelation again. It means that even the National Assembly continuously legislating or creating agencies and parastatals and departments of government, perhaps this is the reason to create windows for budgetary provision so that they will turn around the other way and then know where they have plugged in money, and then they will go and probably take them out. Because if you really truly do a thorough public service review in this country, and then there have been recommendations during the Goodluck Jonathan's administration. I just forgot who led that panel, where still about the discussion about devolution of powers and restructuring of Nigeria, where there was a recommendation of certain ministries and departments of agencies to be pruned out, to be taken out. Also, yes, report, right, or something. But they deliberately wouldn't do that because this now the conduits, this actually the channels that they will appropriate funds in, and then they know where those funds are, and then go the roundabout way to take them. That's apparently what I think it is. So we have to, as a people, demand that certain ministries, departments, and agencies of government, if I were governor of a state, for instance, for goodness sake, what are some ministries doing? And that's why they're actually even without any mandate. So they are jobless. They're not doing anything. If you go to those ministries, you find that even the civil servants are doing nothing. So otherwise, put them together and have a strategic, clear mandate and vision for that whole ministry. Right. You have a situation where you have, take River State for the Minister of Water Resources. What is the Minister of Water Resources doing in River State? We don't even have water to drink. With the water, the water is not even clean. So ask that the civil servant who leaves home in the morning, if you are your mother, and say, Mommy, you're going to work, Minister of Water Resources, what did they go do? Waiting be your work. When you close, you come back. What have you done? What have you delivered for River State and Ministry of Water Resources, for instance? Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs, what are they doing? So, but that's even just ministry. A lot of parastatals exist in the federal agencies, so the federal ministries rather. There are some ministries that have over 100. We did a review at some point. I think it's education also have over 100 parastatals. Agriculture has a number of parastatals. Some of the institutes are not even working again, but they still have budgetary allocation.
Okay. So there are questions there for you. Chief Adams.
Kelly.
The discrepancy between what was released by the presidency and what the Office of the Accountant General is saying. Presidency say he faked, he deceived the Office of the Accountant General to get accounts open in the CBN. The Office of the Accountant General is now speaking to say, no, the process actually commenced, but it wasn't completed.
You know, Kelly, I have spoken enough on this particular matter on other forums I found myself when this news broke. The thing is that when you see people say that truth flies straight, say it's like a cockroach. When you see somebody saying the truth, you don't even need the examination or re-examination or anything at all. You just take it. But when you see lies are always a convoluted argument, disagreement between, you know, the people who are on the same line, who ought to be on the same, you know, ground speaking. Now, there's a particular word that we normally use, legal term is inchoate, something that is not complete. That is what Bayo Onanuga is saying, that, oh, the process was not...
That's what Mokwa is saying.
Said it's not complete. Which process was that? Can I wake up in the morning?
There are some signatories you ought to have provided.
Good. What I'm saying, can I wake up in the morning and I just set up a fictitious, you know, organization, then begin to source for signatures, and you are aware that this particular whatever I'm presenting is non-existent. These are questions that they have to answer. The point is this. Let me just clearly state, like I stated before. I said Charles Dickens, you know, said there's this popular saying, they say charity begins at home, but people don't know that he added something to it and said charity.
In the matter in Koye, there are
eight of them.
8 charges against him.
And he has released him, which means he released him on bail. He's on bail.
We're not aware that he's been arrested.
No, but they told I heard they had
okay, he was arrested initially.
Good.
And then released on bail.
Who released him?
He was arrested initially and then released on bail. Who was the person
that released him on bail? So what I'm trying to say is that this matter is becoming convoluted and we don't really understand anymore. It's a stigma, a big scar on, you know, the leg and even the head of this administration. I've told them, I said, the only way you can purge yourself of this is that, number one, you speak to the truth. Speaking to the truth is that, look, this is a scandal.
Okay.
I even made, you know, allusions and for an example to a particular incident that happened in America. They call it credit mobilier. It was under the administration of Hugh Grant, one of that 18th American president. You know, it's similar to this, where the Congress and people in the executive arm of government came together, forged papers to create a non-existent company and siphon money through that particular, you know, company for the sake of construction of a railroad, you know, that about 1,000 kilometers or thereabouts, as case may be. Now, when it was discovered, the president came out with a big hammer. All those who were close, who were his personal aides, etc., what he did first was to say, please step aside. That is where the word interdiction, you know, crept into government. Because of this allegation, we are not sacking you, but please, just move small. So that to allow for investigation. If at the end of the day, we found out that you are not culpable, we will call a particular matter which the Supreme Court decided sometime, I think the last 2 weeks or thereabout, involving one of these bank, you know, MDs that had some allegations hanging over his head. You know, they came around and I said, okay, this allegation is weighty. The board now said, you have to step aside. You understand the point? And when they stepped aside, he allowed for independent investigation, and that investigation exonerated him. For about 10 years, he was off that particular duty. It was later he now filed to court to claim, salaries accruing for that 10-year period. Popular case, I don't want to mention the particular bank. Popular case, Supreme Court decided. So what the government need to do, all this back and forth, Onanuga, what is his name? Makwa, banding West. We don't want to listen to those things. We want action to be taken. And that action is to be seen to have been done. For instance, if I have to speak very directly, there is no need for Ebo Bajabiamila to be sitting there.
In his office?
Of course. If he does not want to exit or step aside, those who employed him, for the sake of integrity, let them just say, "Oga, please, just leave us for some time. Make we see what they happen for this place." Except it's like the sphinxes in Egypt that is just fixed there and cannot be moved. I don't really understand. So we don't even need to begin to talk about this anymore. Kelly, because I have spoken. Everywhere I've gone to, people have called me, radio. I spoke, I said, this is what should be done. So what are the excuses they are giving right now? This is monumental fraud.
All right.
And I want to lastly say, like my colleague here said, I have said that all the agencies of government, federal government, even states, they should investigate and know. Let us know the real one and the fake ones. Because I move around Lagos, Port Harcourt, Benin. I'll just see federal government something, one thing, with acronyms I don't even know. Are you sure that even the ministry, some of them created today, are existent?
All right.
So these are things the government must have to do.
Audit. Yeah, just 1 minute intervention. Another thing is this, okay? If the government or the presidency, because there's a difference between the presidency and the federal government. If the presidency is saying that a certain presidential council is not existing legally, how is it existing? Is it when they want to play with words, right, and deliberately confuse those who are probably not interrogating even what they say? When you hear them, and that's why we should be careful about such persons as the chief of staff to the president. When you hear them say, oh, this council does not exist legally, is there another form it does exist? That's one. Two, this is the same council. And again, one other person we should hold, if Nigerians are speaking out very loudly, it should even be Mr. President, so that we get him to come speak on this. Now, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, when it comes to the executive, is the chief executive officer. So every ministry, department, or agency and parastatal of government is rather doing one work or another of Mr. President. So even this foreign intervention, blah, 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 council, economic, and all, it is the work of Mr. President. That's what we elected him to do. So the fact that he cannot be same place at all times and now appointed certain individuals. So it means that this Adeni himself is Mr. President in another human being. So if there is anything that is culpable about him, Mr. President, as the chief executive officer, should vicariously be held liable, especially where we are talking about where our money has been voted and appropriated into this. It is not enough for them to probably even arrest him and prosecute him, even if he's found to have successfully deceived the government. Then all of them, whether it's the chief of staff or the president himself, the National Assembly, should be accountable to Nigerian people with any money that has gone into certain fictitious, because it means that the trust we had in them, including the National Assembly, that we trust and thought that they will be diligent in ensuring that our monies are not appropriated. So tomorrow, you and I, Kelly, maybe we conceive one and then we go to National Assembly. Can we successfully deceive everybody and all the processes all the way long, almost 2 years?
Okay.
So did it defend this budget in the National Assembly?
You made this point already, so let me allow Chief Engineer Dekai to speak, please.
Kelly, I said last week, and I will continue to hinge and hammer on it. They are going to look more confused, and they are going to come out more confused, and they think they are trying to confuse Nigerians. No, Nigerians know the truth. We keep saying it all the time. Maybe when I say it, I don't know how it sounds in the ears of people, but we understand that they are hiding the main culprits from being exposed in these very situations. And there's no how they can do it. That's how they will be looking more confused, speaking from the fourth side. In fact, more revelations is coming out on this very issue because they're hiding the main culprits, which happens to be the presidency being led by Baja, the chief of staff. Because this man was very clear in all his statements. Today I hear he said he's sick. He's taking medications. That's why more information are coming out. How did all these things go through the SGF office, holding meetings? Today, the process was not completed. And Bayo, who is the spokesman of the president, the mouthpiece of the president, was able to come out to say, yes, this is not open an account. Does that not confuse people? It is only when they are trying to hide the truth that they will confuse in this manner. Okay, I can tell you, the truth is that it was because of the sharing formula who go out of hands. Give me this and take this. And the man said, no, I'm here, I have staffs. They will pay it. Let me use this Commonwealth being dictated and shared on the table of people who claims that we voted for them, that they are leading us. But they can sit down comfortably to allocate on how to share our Commonwealth.
As alleged by you.
As I am alleging, Kelly, I'm alleging. Let me continue to allege and the truth, and they will continue to be confused by speaking from all sides of their mouth.
All right. You stand the queen.
Kelly, even if they like, let maybe everybody in the presidency come up and then start writing their own epistle defending Baja Biamila or whoever. I said, Emmanuel Ndukwe is not interested whether it's an allegation on him or not. The right thing for him to do is to step aside so that he won't influence investigation. If he is there, he must influence investigation one way or the other. Now, whether, I don't know the other person you call him is writing and defending whoever, and Bayo, if Bayo is truly defending the president, let us hear, let him write that president said this on this issue. Not writing his own. I can as well now write, sit down, pick my Bible, write in defense of the president. That's not what we want. All we want is the president said, because he is the person defending him. Now let him write that the president has said so. Because I expect that whatever Bayo is writing will come from President Tinubu. So on this issue, what has President Tinubu said? Kelly, I have said this, I'm alive. And every other human that is alive cannot just be deceived like that. How can that man, is he exceptional human, bulldoze himself and then deceive the entire architecture in the presidency and in the civil service? Who is telling me that this thing? That's what I'm saying. Whoever is telling me that the process is not complete, or I'm not even hearing them all. I didn't hear them. See, Kelly, when the man came and said, I want to open an account in the CBN, as the accountant general, what did he do? That he took off. Going through the processes to open that account means he found something tangible in that. If he doesn't, then he should be put in the bag also, like the people has mentioned. Because the issue is this. As I am, I cannot walk to the CBN and open an account.
Not individuals, it's government bank.
So, what is this that the man, and again, moving to the civil service, we also heard that it was an approval of 300 staff was made. And Kelly have said, no matter how powerful Emmanuel Ndukwe or grown to become, I cannot go and have an office in Federal Secretariat. I cannot. Did Badabia Miller not see that office? That it existed? And then what about the office of the Secretary to the General, what is it called?
Government and
Federal Government.
The head of service allocates spaces in Federal Secretariat.
That is it.
For for parastatals and government agencies. So all of this, they are just joking with us.
So when they are telling me, even the Cartagena are coming out with that, man, the president is not complete. That far you went. Who authorized it? And what made you move to that far? So I am saying, let Baja step aside so he won't indeed influence this investigation if we want to have it right in Nigeria.
All right, Peter Obi speaking when he went on a visit to Oyo State, paid a visit to the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, and he puts it this way. To my utmost shock, I discovered that contrary to my assumption that they had been in regular communication over the matter, Tinubu led a team of vocal critics who called for President Jonathan's immediate resignation over a similar incident, which was the Boko Haram, the Chibok girls. And then they cited his delay in calling the state governor. That call for the immediate resignation should actually be the same case in this matter. But doesn't it work? I feel strongly that it's worrisome if what Seyi Makinde supposedly told Peter Obi is true. Why wouldn't the president call Seyi Makinde? Chief Adams.
No, you got.
Are you surprised by it if this is true?
That the president has
since the
called...
abduction of the school children,
yes.
Makinde is revealing, or Peter Obi is revealing that Makinde told him
yes.
the president has not reached out to him.
That's hearsay.
That's hearsay, right?
In my own opinion. That is hearsay. I don't trust politicians.
But Makinde can come out and say it's true.
He can come out on his own to say it. Is it when he met Peter Obi that he will begin to reveal that? So which means something...
Peter Obi went to visit him.
Peter Obi went to visit him. So why has Makinde not come out to say that openly then too? I remember this particular controversial chief of staff was or led the delegation to Oyo State. Is it not so? There was a time as I saw
powerful delegation.
A powerful delegation, which they said from the presidency or whatever the case may be. You understand the point? That is it. For me, it is hearsay. Until for instance, I hear from Makinde, why has he not come out to address a press conference on that if he finds it very important? That is number 2 for me. Number 3 is that to tell you that these people are playing politics with everything in Nigeria here, why has the governor not called the president? If, for instance, the president has not called the governor? I'm just asking that rhetorical question right now. You know, because I do not want to browbeat. I do not want a situation where I'll be swayed, you know, with some political statements by political actors, you know, who need us now. They use every particular strand or reed floating on top of River Niger. They want to hold on to it to shove their political weight because it's eve of election. The question is this. Now, if the president has not called Seyi Makinde, has Seyi Makinde called the president? If Mohammed does not go to the mountain will go to Mohammed. There's something they normally say. As that thing, the relevance be lost as case may be. That tells you that, for instance, these people are playing with the lives of the ordinary Nigerians. They are playing politics, in my own opinion, with the ordinary lives, the ordinary Nigerians, as the case may be. And what is my own take on that? What is my concern? Whether the president has called or not called. Calling is different from showing concern.
Okay.
If he says he has not shown concern, then it will be a different thing. Probably the president may have written a letter to him. You understand? We don't know, communication-wise, as case may be.
But if it's true, is it a good thing?
For me, whether it is a good thing,
noble thing?
I cannot validate the argument. No. I cannot validate it.
That's why
I cannot
put that caveat if it's true.
If it is true, if it is true,
yes.
At this point in time, until the relevant facts surrounding the truth is unveiled to me, I cannot begin to validate.
So, assuming without considering, you say that
I will not assume without considering.
As a lawyer, you also always say that.
I will not assume without considering.
All right.
We should not play politics for these things.
It's all right.
Concern, like I said, two valid this can make. Put it on record. Number 1, politics is being played. And why is it that it is now that people be visited Makinde? That is not telling the world. But he has been there.
But he had visited him before.
He didn't tell him before. He's not telling him now.
No, but he visited before the abduction.
Okay, no problem. That's number 2. The second one is a hearsay evidence. That is for me. Then the third one is this. Concern is different from not calling. So the president may show concern
How do I know that you are concerned if I don't hear from you?
For me, let me tell you, for instance, as a child, I've seen some of my friends, when I was dying, I was in the hospital. Many of them did not call me, but they heard about the news. But they were concerned about me. What happened was that they couldn't call me. They sympathized with me.
How did they do it?
Good. How did they do that? It was when I hold on. It was when I now called, when I now said, I've not heard from why guys. You mean you let me, like, they say, Oga, I beg. They say, if I see you, from what I heard, if I call you, each time I won't cry. Each time I want people to call your condition, I won't cry. Do you understand the point now? I sent 100,000 naira to you. You understand? Because I heard that you needed money for medication.
So they sent support.
They sent support. That is concerned. Because they didn't talk to me, does not mean they are not there with me.
They sent something.
They sent, and Tinubu sent a delegation. So let us be objective. Some of these things. Tinubu sent delegation, and even as I speak with you, the troops are there. The chief of army staff, police, or everybody who assigned them there is not the president.
That's all right.
These are things
He doesn't need to wear khaki.
He doesn't need to wear khaki.
It's all right.
They are playing politics with it. That's what my end point is that Bankide and Peter Obi should stop playing politics with people's lives, because it's going to be under narration now. It's a distraction.
Are they in NDC?
They are in the same party.
Both of them.
You don't understand. You mustn't be in the same party. You are tickling my fancy again. You mustn't be in the same party. You mustn't be in the same. They mustn't be in the same party. They can conspire. Not coming to play and say
but he's doing that now. Makinde has been doing that.
They should just remember. They should not be telling people to be up and down. Maybe when they meet when they meet a weekend tomorrow now, he will tell weekend different thing.
All right, let's go for the news.
Nigerian politicians are funny.
We'll go for the news. When we'll come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Let's continue.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, to probe Meta, Google's parent company Alphabet and X, over alleged anti-competitive practices and unauthorized use of Nigerian media content. The order conveyed by the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, also covers generative AI, that's artificial intelligence platforms operating in Nigeria. The directive followed a joint petition by the Nigerian Press Organization and other media bodies who accused the tech firms of undermining fair competition and exploiting journalistic content. Chief Executive Officer of the FCCPC, Tunji Bello, said the investigation will be independent and evidence-based to determine if any violations of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act 2018 occurred. He added that the probe will look into abuse of market dominance, scraping of copyrighted news, and the lack of fair compensation deals with Nigerian publishers. Bello, however, noted that the inquiry is not a presumption of guilt and all parties will be given a chance to present their case. A peace advocacy group, the Northern Alliance for Peace and Security, has lauded the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluide, and the Nigerian Armed Forces for their sustained successes against terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping. In a statement issued on Tuesday in Abuja, the national president of the group, Danladi Abutu, emphasized the military's renewed offensive, which has successfully restored public confidence and resulted in the rescue of hundreds of abducted citizens across the country. Abutu also strongly condemned the targeting of schools and students by criminal networks, describing these actions as a direct assault on Nigeria's future and progress. To consolidate the gains, the group therefore urges Nigerians to demonstrate patriotism by supporting security forces and volunteering credible intelligence to help defeat criminal elements. The Nigeria Customs Service has said it is targeting 11.7 trillion naira revenue for 2026 in a bid to deepen automation, expand intelligence-led enforcement, and enhance trade facilitation. This follows as Senate Committee on Customs and Excise approved the proposed revenue target and 1.2 trillion naira expenditure estimate. While addressing the National Assembly, Comptroller General Adewale Adeniyi said customs exceeded its 2025 target by 10.24%, generating 7.28 trillion naira against a 6.58 trillion naira goal, despite waivers on items like CNG vehicles, healthcare equipment, and military imports. However, Adeniyi noted that recent tariff cuts on used and new vehicles and disruptions from the Middle East crisis could affect the target. On the foreign scene, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to attend the North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO meeting in Ankara, where he plans to appeal to allied nations for urgent delivery of air defense systems amid intensified Russian missile and drone strikes on Ukrainian cities. The request follows two major attacks on Kiev in less than a week that struck residential buildings and killed more than 50 civilians. Zelensky also plans to meet with U.S. President Donald Trump to argue that Russia's escalated attacks demonstrate vulnerability rather than strength, and to push for increased pressure on President Vladimir Putin to enter negotiations toward a dignified peace. Meanwhile, NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte has called on member states to increase support for Ukraine's sovereignty and defense needs. And that is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
The alarms are off. The football world is awake. Every goal, every upset, every unforgettable moment lives here.
There's a goal to the world!
This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Football never sleeps and neither does the World Cup. Good morning and welcome to another exciting edition of Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Every breakfast is a chance to start strong, and with Peak Milk, you are giving your body the nourishment it needs to stay ready for every challenge. Fortified with 28 essential vitamins and minerals, Peak Milk is not just a milk, it's the official sponsor of the ambition. Here's what's coming up on the show today. On World Cup Brief, we'll tell you why Brazil are standing firmly behind Carlo Ancelotti despite their painful exit from the World Cup. And in peak match zone, Spain and Portugal battled to the very end in a dramatic knockout clash that could mark the end of Cristiano Ronaldo's World Cup journey. And we shine the spotlight on Swiss young midfielder Johan Mazambi, one of the tournament's biggest breakout stars when we get to peak superstar. And on peak numbers, as usual, we serve you the records and milestones with statistics everyone is talking about from the World Cup. And in Road to Glory, we'll take a look at how Norway have gone from underdogs to genuine title contenders after sending Brazil packing from the tournament. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Peak brings the goodness to every kind of morning. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Every pass, every goal, every unforgettable football moment starts with energy, and that's why Peak Milk is bringing the excitement closer to the fans. Welcome to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your destination for football conversations powered by the goodness and energy of Peak. From global football highlights to fan moments and match day vibes, Peak Milk is here to fuel the passion, celebrate the game, and keep you going through every football moment. Because champions don't just watch the game, they stay at their peak. Stay energized, stay football ready. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Everything making headlines across the tournament.
The statement from the Dutch, who go to the top of Group F.
Welcome to World Cup Brief. Let's get the action rolling right now on Peak Global Football Breakfast Show with World Cup Brief. Brazil's Football Confederation has confirmed that Carlo Ancelotti will remain as head coach of the team despite their shock round of 16 exit after losing to Norway. Brazil's dream of winning a sixth World Cup title ended after that 2-1 defeat, and the Federation are saying that there will be no panic at this point in time. National team coordinator Rodrigo Caetano says the focus is now on making improvements while continuing with Ancelotti's long-term projects towards the 2030 World Cup. The Italian manager only took charge last year after leaving Real Madrid and recently signed a contract ahead of their quarterfinal tie against Norway. Manager Thomas Tuchel says there is a growing hope that right back Reece James will return after recovering from a hamstring injury. England have struggled with injuries and suspension in that position at right back throughout the tournament, so James's return will be a huge boost as they prepare for one of their toughest tests yet. And finally today on World Cup Brief, the controversy over Folarin Balogun's suspended ban is refusing to go away. UEFA has come out to criticize the decision by FIFA that allowed the United States striker play despite receiving a red card, describing the ruling as unprecedented, incomprehensible, and unjustifiable. The debate is expected to continue long after this tournament ends. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. If you're wondering where you are this morning, it's an exciting place to be. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, your daily fuel before kickoff. Brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Peak brings you the goodness every morning. Yes, that's why Peak Milk proudly brings you the Peak Global Football Radio Show, a space where football fans connect, celebrate every moment, and stay inspired by the game they love. From big match conversations to unforgettable football stories, Peak continues to fuel moments that matters. So stay connected, stay energized, and stay at your peak. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Feel the goals. Relieve the drama.
Oh, risky challenge. It's a red card.
Review the battles.
Oh, what a touch. That is beautiful.
This is Peak Match Zone. Up next on the show today is Peak Match Zone. One of the biggest matches of the tournament delivered one dramatic moment right at the end as Spain knocked Portugal out of the World Cup with a 1-0 victory to book their place in the quarterfinals. For much of the match, Spain controlled possession and created the better chances, but Portugal stayed organized and looked set to force extra time. Spain nearly went ahead on when Lamine Yamal and Alex Baena both forced brilliant saves from goalkeeper Diogo Costa. Cristiano Ronaldo had a quiet evening but almost produced a moment of magic before halftime. He managed to squeeze in a shot in a tight angle, but Unai Simon reacted well to keep that out. Portugal also came close when a strike from Nuno Mendes took a big deflection and crashed against the crossbar. The second half remained tense, with both teams cancelling each other out. Spain kept asking questions, but Portugal defended well and looked comfortable taking the game into extra time. Then came the moment that changed everything. Deep into stoppage time, substitute Mikel Merino reacted quickest after a clever free kick routine broke into the penalty area and calmly fired the shot past Diogo Costa to send the Spanish fans into wild celebrations. Portugal pushed everyone forward in the closing seconds, but Spain stood firm to secure a famous victory. The result also raises serious questions about Cristiano Ronaldo's international future, as what could be his final World Cup appearance ended in heartbreak. Spain now march into the quarterfinal full of confidence, while Portugal head home considering what might have been. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Football brings us together. The excitement, the conversations, the unforgettable moments. And at Peak Milk, we are proud to be part of every moment that keeps fans connected. You are still listening to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, a place where football fans come together to share the love of the game, enjoy exciting conversations, and stay energized all season long. Because every football moment is better when you stay at your peak. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. From rising stars to legends in the game, heroes rise when the world is watching. Follow your heroes on Peak Superstar. Welcome back. It is still Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, and it's time for us to shine a spotlight on a superstar today on Peak Superstar. Today, we're taking a look at one of the surprise stars of this World Cup. He's from Switzerland. His name is Johan Manzambe. At just 20 years old, Manzambi has announced himself on the biggest stage with mature performances that have helped Switzerland reach the knockout rounds. The young Freiburg midfielder has brought energy, pace and confidence every time he steps out on the pitch, and he has quickly become one of the first names on Switzerland's team sheet. His breakthrough moment came against Bosnia and Herzegovina, where he scored 2 late goals, including a spectacular volley to get the Player of the Match award and also announce himself to the football world. He has continued that fine form in the knockout stage, playing a key role in Switzerland's victory over Algeria and also providing an important assist for brilliant Bolo earlier in the tournament. What makes Manzabi special is his versatility. He's comfortable playing in the midfield, out wide or further forward, giving Switzerland plenty of attacking options. His performances have not gone unnoticed. Reports suggest several top European clubs, including Newcastle, are closely monitoring the young star ahead of a new season. At just 20, Johan Manzabi is proving that the World Cup can still create new stars. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. If you're wondering where you are this morning, it's an exciting place to be. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, your daily fuel before kickoff. Brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Peak brings you the goodness every morning. Yes, that's why Peak Milk proudly brings you the Peak Global Football Radio Show, a space where football fans connect, celebrate every moment, and stay inspired by the game they love. From big match conversations to unforgettable football stories, Peak continues to fuel moments that matters. So stay connected, stay energized, and stay at your peak. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Goals, records,
Miroslav Klose, goal number 16 in his World Cup career.
milestones.
It is now a record defeat for Brazil.
Feel the stats on Peak Numbers. If you love to hear the numbers behind moments from the World Cup, if you love stats, well, you're definitely going to love this part of the show. This is Peak Numbers, where the statistics tell the story of the World Cup. Spain have become the first team in FIFA World Cup history to keep 6 consecutive clean sheets. They have now gone more than 10 hours without conceding a goal at the tournament. England have reached the World Cup quarterfinals for the 11th time. Only Brazil and Germany have reached this stage more often. Jadon Quansah is only the 4th England player to receive a red card at the FIFA World Cup. Mexico have now played 65 World Cup matches without winning the trophy, more than any other nation in the competition's history. And finally, Neymar joined Pelé as only the 2nd Brazilian player to score in 4 different FIFA World Cups. Those are today's standout numbers from football's biggest stage. Still coming up is Road to Glory. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Every pass, every goal, every unforgettable football moment starts with energy, and that's why Peak Milk is bringing the excitement closer to the fans. Welcome to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your destination for football conversations powered by the goodness and energy of Peak. From global football highlights to fan moments and match day vibes, Peak Milk is here to fuel the passion, celebrate the game, and keep you going through every football moment. Because champions don't just watch the game, they stay at their peak. Stay energized, stay football ready. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Every champion has a journey. Every victory is another step.
It's Argentina 3, Croatia 0.
Catch the journey on Road to Glory.
Argentina, champions of the world!
We've reached the final segment of the show. This is Road to Glory. At the start of this World Cup, very few people expected Norway to be among the final 8 teams standing. But match after match, they have proved they belong in that conversation and among the 8 teams. Their biggest statement came when they knocked out 5-time champions Brazil, showing discipline, confidence and clinical finishing. So, what's driving this remarkable run for Norway? First is Erling Haaland. Obviously, it has to be the amazing striker. He has been in sensational form, scoring goals at crucial moments and leading the race for the Golden Boot. Whenever Norway needs a goal, Haaland has delivered. Then there's Martin Odegaard, the creative engine of the team. His vision and passing have helped Norway launch quick counter-attacks that have caught the strongest teams off guard. Norway have also defended brilliantly. Goal Goalkeeper Ohan Neeland has produced several match-winning saves, giving his teammates the confidence to stay compact and strike on the break. Perhaps their biggest advantage is belief. With little pressure compared to the traditional football giants, Norway have played with confidence, freedom, and fearless determination. They may have arrived as outsiders, but after eliminating Brazil, nobody should be underestimating them again. Can this fairy tale continue all the way to the World Cup trophy? We will definitely be finding out soon as the World Cup continues. And that's it for today on today's edition of Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. From the biggest headlines to unforgettable matches, rising stars, amazing statistics, and the stories shaping this World Cup, we hope you've enjoyed this exciting morning with us. Remember, every day starts with the right fuel, so get Peak Milk, which is fortified with 28 essential vitamins and minerals to help you stay strong and ready for every challenge. Don't forget to follow Peak Milk on all social media platforms. And until next time, enjoy the football, enjoy your day, and always stay at your peak with Peak Milk.
The final whistle blows, but the tournament rolls on. Join us again next time on Peak Global Football Breakfast Show.
Wake up to the ultimate mix. Today's quest, today's connect, today's hustle, all on one station. Only on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, where the streets speak and we amplify.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation. Let me go to Engineer Deka. Let's assume that what we have been told is the truth. Is it worrisome that the president has not called Shea Makinde?
Kelly is extremely worrisome and a very big concern to everybody.
No,
not only the Oyo people.
No, it's not a concern to.
No, not only the Oyo, not
and
even the Oyo
people. There are people like Mr. Adams, Chief Adams, who does not agree with him.
Good Nigerians.
So why you say everybody?
Every good Nigerians who have children, who have fathers, who have brothers and sisters. We should be concerned about the situation.
He's calling the governor going to bring them out.
Oh God!
I don't understand.
Mr. Governor, what have you done? What's on ground? My son. What? That is an encouragement in the survival or in the bringing back of these children. Kelly, what was talking about children? The commander of the chief of the armed forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria, where all security apparatus report to him. Nigerian Army report to him, police report to him, and all DSS report to him. And he said today, Kelly, we should be concerned about this. In fact, Peter Biden, I don't know. Politics aside from all this, this is the right thing to have said at this particular point. After 50-something days, you haven't called to say, Makinde, what concerted efforts has been put in place? What are we doing? And even as a son of Yoruba land, what have we done? But up to today, no call, no nothing. Kelly, it is as bad as any other. Let us call what is bad. This very situation is as bad as it is. It's as bad as it is. Let us say it the way it is.
Okay.
It should have been an encouragement to Makinde. Say, my father called me. And we have a problem in my state. This is how the children. Oh, father, I've tried this. I've done this. But I'm not getting the aid or the support of the security agencies as required. And I say, okay, IG, please move down. Have you heard all that from the president? He's quiet because he's enjoying. Flying the best planes in the world, using the best escalate in the world. He has the security to himself and his children and his wife, to the point that they will keep frying akara. You see the system? So they are not bothered, they're not concerned. They are not concerned about the whole situation. They have these common people now, forgetting that these are people that will do the voting when the time comes. But Kelly, let me leave it at that because I'm just pains the way I am. I'm very pains. See that those children. I was told some at nursing school. I was told some of those children are in nursing school. And he stayed 51 days in the hand of the cold, the snakes. Just like what happened in the general. I was told it was a snake bite that killed him.
in the bush. In
That's
the
what
forest.
was alleged by his son.
Yes, by his sons and all that. But the wife survived it. So why, if something never happened to him, he would have died.
The son alleged
that it was snake bite.
That the suspect is. The son even said we suspect is snake bite.
Because they had some.
Going by the marks on his leg.
On his legs.
That's what the son said.
And so, let's go by that. So these children are in the bush and they're little children. Nursery school children for Christ's sake. Nursery school children for Christ's sake. What a nation are we?
All right.
No concern at all. Oh God. Oh God.
Kelly.
Kelly, please repeat what you said of this.
Do you consider it a little off concerning Obi claims that Makinde told him that the president has not called him since the abduction of the children? That's well over 50 days now.
All right. Well, if that is true, that is completely bad. 100% bad. If it's true, that's the hinge. Because one thing I don't do is trusting politicians. Obi and Makinde could be telling false, they could be in fact manipulating falsehood. Yes. But like I said, I'm repeating it emphatically. If it is true, then it is bad of Mr. President. Carrying Nigeria on his head for now. In 2027, if he also wins, he's going to carry it on his head for 4 years. Now, why did he constitute that particular powerful delegation? Because he is the one that sent them. Makinde can't bring all those people down. That means he showed consent. Listen to what I'm saying. Oh, he showed consent. That consent should have also trickled down to calling, putting a call through to Makinde and say, my son, you are the governor of this state. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave you people. Even though we've not been able to track these people and bring back the children, we are making effort. And then you rely on the efforts. I always say that the president is sitting as the supervisor of everything. Politics or no politics. When he won on the platform of APC. But after winning, he becomes the president of Nigeria, not the president of APC. And so, if Obi and Makinde, that's what Makinde told him, and if Obi is telling the truth, then the president has not done well there. And I do not know whether these people have taken these children out of Nigeria. Why is it that they cannot comb the forests of Nigeria and get where these children are?
The chief of army staff said they are making great efforts.
Kelly, you see, when we are hearing, yes, they may be doing so, because I can't say they are not doing anything. I can't say that. Okay. If they are doing so, I am saying it's getting late and late and late. 51, I think it's 51 days. Kelly, these are children, no? Not an adult that may just tune up his mind and say, if death is coming, let it come and take it. The children are in the cold. I imagine myself, God forbid, being in such a situation. And as for the time that Makinde says this, everything under the sun has time. When the first delegation came, Makinde may have been tuning his mind to say, okay, maybe it's now the president is remembering us and the dilemma we're falling into. But after that, he has not called him. Kelly, politicians, they have bad minds. So, if you are not in the Rainbow Coalition, you may not be recognized. You might not be recognized. If you're a politician, it doesn't matter your hierarchy. But you are not in that inner caucus of the Rainbow Coalition. You remember the other time we were talking about, I said, maybe because Makinde is not in the Rainbow Coalition. And he chooses, every man must have a choice to make. Makinde does not want to belong to APC or maybe the unity between APC, PDP, or whichever other ones. He chooses to be on his own now. Should he be killed because of that? Or should he suffer what federal government should do for him because he does not belong to that? For me, I don't think it's the best way. They are not treating him well.
Secondly,
I would rather look at the call, in quote, as not ordinarily a phone call, but back to what's happening in our state. Yes, we run a federation that is almost back to what's happening in our state. Yes, we run a federation that is almost like still a central unitary kind of government. The president may have delegated some, we call it high-powered, but sometimes we even say a delegation is high-powered, but it's actually made no effect at all whatsoever. The so-called high-powered delegation and all the deployment has not brought one of those children out, so it's low power as a matter of fact. Then again, when you look at all of this, when we say the chief of defense staff, chief of army staff, or anybody, the same way we are doing a whole lot, it's also again embarrassing. Sometimes we compare even when we don't need to, but it's even where we need to compare that we refuse or fail to compare. The instances we should be comparing is this kind of instance, where some other nations, it would have been nothing else but to bring these children out, as far as federal government and the state government is concerned, or all security agencies in this country. In fact, sometimes they would even leave other assignments and ensure that these children are brought out in no time. In fact, you will measure success as to the promptness of bringing out these children, not as to after 60 days, 1 year, like now the Chibok girls, Chibok children, most of them are even still like forgotten already. So the success even would be more or less nothing. So if 50, a single soldier who flew in an aircraft, how he was the one that was survived, how he was taken out was also even magical. It happened between Israel and Uganda. I think that's Entebbe, Uganda. Yeah. How magical, right? In 60 seconds, the Israeli Air Forces will get into Entebbe International Airport in Uganda and rescue persons who were in captivity at the airport. That's the kind of demonstration Operation Thunderbolt, when the commander of the Israeli Air Force, Lieutenant General Benjamin Perez, led that that magical Air Force intervention at Entebbe International Airport in Uganda and took their citizens away. That's pride of a nation. That's where the Nigerian state has failed. Where we have, in fact, there are a lot of missing Nigerians. It's the chairman of the board of trustees of CDHR, Femi Falana himself, in one of our reviews. There are a lot of missing Nigerians that are never reported than even the cases we hear. This person has been kidnapped. This person has been kidnapped. This has been reported. But there are a lot of missing Nigerians, more than those that have been reported. That's one. Then now you have children, particularly, and until today, it's a complete failure that there is no success. For me, I'm not talking about the issue of phone call as a matter of, but again, it comes back to Mr. President. I wonder when we'll get to the point where not just the governor of a state, especially with the kind of federation we are running, maybe until if we actually get to the true federalism, we will see when we could begin to hold those state governors absolutely responsible. I'm not exonerating them in any way, rather a collaboration between the president and the governor, that they should have done nothing else, probably even shutting down administration and ensuring that in 1 week, in 1 day, in 24 hours, in 48 hours, deploy all of the military resources you have to make sure that these children are out.
All right.
So it's unfortunate,
okay.
But so I'm not concerned. I'm not quite deeply concerned about the phone call, but it's surprising actually to even say, okay, let's say for comradeship, that the president has not directly got across to the governor, who is the chief executive officer of that state. If the state is passing through some travail that the governor, the president is concerned about, really, truly, deeply so, I think there should have been that conversation. Political differences and party differences shouldn't matter in that case.
Chief Adams, you want to add something?
I wanted to add something.
Okay.
You can see the emotive vituperations with the way the analysis of that simple matter has gone. Now,
but that would include yours.
Even my
more than his now.
Include mine.
But that would
include mine. Include mine.
And he's having the right to rejoin
include
them.
mine. That's why I said it's a political, tweaking of the system to benefit them. Now it has made news. Are you getting my point? Because you see, Albert Einstein, said that logic, can take you from A to Z, but imagination will take you everywhere. Like we are talking logically about the phone issue now, but we have gone out of imagination to politics now, all of us. That is where the narrative now is political.
No, I
now,
didn't.
Why is it so? Why is it so?
I didn't talk politics. I focused on the children.
No, Chief Adams.
Let me say something.
Chief Adams, you will say what you're saying.
Let me,
he did not talk politics.
I talk politics. I talk politics.
You said it's political.
I said so.
But he did not talk politics.
Okay, he didn't say political.
I don't care about whatever they are doing, focus on no phone calls.
Somewhat political. Let me use the word somewhat political. Now, what I'm trying to say is that you cannot analyze President not calling Makinde without talking about the
I said I cared less about that call. I wasn't even the one that said I cared less about the call.
We are just more concerned.
My emotions.
We are more concerned about the children.
My son, I am not concerned about what the president called. I want those children to live.
So that you may be satisfied. Let me even ask this fundamental question. Please. I thought we have a Motecon in Oyo State, and that's the way I want to go. So that my friend too will be a bit satisfied. It's not about politics. I even thought that it's in this circumstance that state governors could even depart, if you like, depart from whether it is constitution, whether it is security being in the hands of the president as commander-in-chief, but to say, look, our children, if it's possible of the states that are Motecon, I think this is the point where they can get into their forest if these people are still in the forest.
Okay, Mr. Ndiko, you want to ask
Kelly, yes. You see, if there is a Motecon,
very good one.
Okay now.
Amoteku or no Amoteku.
But it's a valid point.
For now, the power, the authority to go after those children and bring them back does not lie with the
commander-in-chief.
That is the truth. And I'm not talking about politics. Emmanuel Ndukwe does not belong to any political party. But what is right is what I will say. There is no way somebody will tell me that a call from President Tinubu to, what's his name? Makinde, the governor of Oyo State, does not matter. Anybody who is saying that is not telling himself the truth. Because it matters a lot. It shows that, see, my son, in one of these days that I am presiding over, is it no longer Tinubu that is the president of Nigeria?
Even a visit.
Now, I tell you, even a visit. If he makes that call, it will go to president is behind us. So he can even go outside and tell his people
the president called me
that the president is calling. They are making every effort.
We are not in the village square where the monarchy.
Can you
it's not a communal something. And say, my brother didn't call me. We should be pragmatic.
Let me tell you.
Not calling or whatever as case may be. It's not what I want to hear. The children should be brought out by any means possible.
Can you allow me?
That is gossip.
Can you allow me
talking? P2B and this man.
When you are talking, I don't.
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Because you know the reason I don't intervene. Let everybody say. For me, I am the school of thought of there is sense in nonsense. So let everybody say his own nonsense, and let me whatever I believe in. Later on, you hear. And the president calls him. Because remember, no matter how powerful, even as America is, they don't have every power to do everything. But a call from Trump to any state governor will tell that governor that the president is with us. Simple. There's no other thing. And if Obi says that, and I repeat, if he's telling the truth that Makinde told him that, he is right and the president is wrong.
Okay. Finally, let me just take your reaction to this. How do you rate this statement? The national commissioner for INEC, Mayor Abamuche Imbu, representing Professor Joash Amopiton at a INEC workshop. Okay. Emphasized that elections are the foundation of democracy. They warned that when the electoral process is compromised, public trust is deeply eroded, causing the entire nation to suffer. In other words, bad elections lead to poor democracy and it leads the nations to suffer. How do you rate it, Mr. Ndiko?
Well, Kelly, I will agree
from this messenger.
Yeah.
How do you rate the message from this messenger?
Yes, I will agree with Mbu. The only thing is that I do not look at or I do not see election as the foundation of democracy. For Emmanuel Ndukwe, strictly my opinion, the foundation of democracy is the rule of law.
Okay.
Now, if you are talking about election being a critical part of democracy, I will agree. Because even if, let's forget about rule of law, which of course cannot exist, that if the rule of law does not exist, then electoral processes and election itself will always be flawed any day.
No, so you're trying to neatly just lace it together.
Yes, of course. No, they are together. No, they are
No,
together.
but if we were to look at it staggered,
okay,
right?
Okay.
One can simply just argue that indeed democracy on good elections can thrive.
Yes.
Good elections.
It's still very difficult for
good
me to...
elections, right, for a democracy can thrive. What it simply means is this: you get into government, you're the chief executive of the state.
Yes.
Right? Your duty is to ensure that the state functions well. Those that elected you gave that mandate to deliver on that. Right? As long as their mandate remains with them, when your circle is complete and they're not satisfied with how you have performed, they go back to the polls and say, well,
and vote you out.
We chose you in our majority. We have decided in our majority that you haven't done a good job, so we are giving you the red card to get out.
Yes.
We are voting someone else. Which other way do you speak or show that this is democracy at play?
You see, Kelly, you know, usually the course I take when this thing is raised, because if you start talking about that, in the first place, our electoral processes are not anything to write home
No,
about.
but we're not even talking about...
Now,
you said democracy, so we're looking at...
Now, if you're talking about democracy, I said the foundation of it is rule of law.
You say rule of law, but you started off by saying, we're not using the Nigerian context now, we're using an ideal context.
Even ideal?
No, we're using an ideal context. In that ideal context, when you say that, elections, right? Elections is not the foundation for democracy.
Yes.
It's arguable. You say instead of elections, it is actually the rule of law.
Good.
The rule of law is an important ingredient, right?
Yes.
For the people, it is people that set the rules on how they live. So they give their rights, they donate their rights to someone to say, do things for us as a people. So if those people, their rights are in such a way that whenever they come out to say this is our right, especially on elections, and those rights are not impeded in any way, they can always send a message to whoever they send there as their elected representative. If you misbehave, we are waiting for you at the polls. Our rights are with us. We will show you either the red card or the green card based on your performance.
I've heard all these things you are saying. You see, even as I've heard that, I still find it difficult to say that elections are the foundation of democracy. You know the reason. It's just like you and I are humans. We have the breath of life and we have blood. If blood dries in this my body, the breath of life won't mean anything. I will expire. So also every other human. Now, election and rule of law must go in pari passu. Yes, for the foundation to be established. But let me end it there. Then when you are talking about the messenger, Kelly, I don't have much to say about the messenger because she has never headed the INEC.
No, the messenger was speaking for the INEC chairman.
Okay.
When elections are compromised, nation suffers.
Thank you very much.
INEC chairman, I'm Opito.
I think she was the one Yakubu handed over.
Yes.
Good. So she occupies a very lofty position in INEC.
And she has been there for a very long time.
She's a senior
INEC national.
I tell you,
she's a federal commissioner.
I tell you that she is right, but until authority is given to her, then I'll judge her completely 100% right or wrong.
She's not speaking for herself. She's speaking for the chairman.
I have heard what you said, but I said if he's speaking, she will... See, it's just like Nanuga will come out and write. She must paint things in glowing terms for President Tinubu. Even if where President Tinubu is wrong because he's a human.
The messenger here is not me, Abamuche. The messenger here is INEC.
INEC.
The messenger here is INEC.
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So INEC is telling us that when elections are compromised, nation suffers. And I'm asking, what do you make of this message
What I
from the
make of
messenger?
it, Kelly, Nigerian elections have been going through compromises. So why are they capturing this in a message they are giving us? After listening to this sweet message, 2027 is coming. Is the election not going to be compromised? So I don't believe that.
Chief Dekai.
Kelly, once elections are compromised, the nation suffers. But the question we should ask is, who are those who conduct the elections?
Is it not you?
INEC conduct elections.
No, but you're a key player now. You're a community leader.
INEC conduct these elections.
They're a community leader.
And so are they talking to themselves that once they compromise the system, that the nation, we agree the nation suffer, because we've seen a lot of times that majorly right people are not put in place, and you see the result that we are getting. So I totally agree with that. But how will they perfect the system in ensuring that the elections are not being compromised? Because they are the ones who are at the head of the affair. They conduct the elections. So Kelly, I agree with that statement, but I have just these reservations by saying you conduct elections. You announce results. Did you announce the proper things on the field, or what come out of the people? That's a question we need to ask. And for her, she has been there for a very long time.
Okay.
The National Commissioner for South. In fact, she has spent close to 12 or thereabout years in that commission. In every successive election, she has been there. She's from Calabar, or she married to Calabar or something. A Delta woman or so. Very fine, fair, like an African woman. Yes.
Wow.
But the result that always come out from all elections she supervised is what become my concern, because she was also the one who supervises the last election we did at the Southeast Central District election being held. Yes, she was there.
The former Baron Piggy.
Yes, seat where Olakawongo, Senator, the Senator Olakawongo won. She was there. She was one who supervises the elections. So the process of what comes out of them is what we should question.
So you don't take the messenger serious?
No. INEC should, over time, we knew what happened in 2023. We knew all what happens, the glitches and all that. So I shouldn't take them serious until they do the right thing.
Chief Adams.
Okay, Kelly, I agree with her. I agree with her.
That's with the statement from INEC, you agree, yeah?
Yes, that statement is from INEC. And why I agree with her is a different thing. Two, we are urging them to, since they know the importance of elections to democracy, they let them work in that line to perfect electoral processes.
Okay.
Because through election, you get representation. And through representation, you can now begin to talk whether there's rule of law or there's no rule of law. Because if you look at the legislature, you look at the executive, nobody can become a governor of a state if you didn't participate in an election and were voted for.
Yeah.
So if we vote, I think what they are trying to say is that even the legislature that make the laws, nobody can become a legislator if he does not pass through the process of election and electioneering and voting, if he is voted for. So what I believe they are talking about is that if the process is going to be a problem for democracy, that is that. And in Nigeria, for instance, I've seen that happen. Where that is why you see the Constitution, to tell you how important representation and elections are. Under Section 69, you can recall. So it's not doing what we sent him there to go and do. There's been no rule of law. There's no rule of what is rule of law? Who is going to implement rule of law and good governance if you don't put good people there that have conscience to execute those things? Rule of law alone cannot stand on its own in democracy without election. And that's what they are trying to say. But on the other hand, now I'm so happy that they are aware of the importance of elections in democratic processes. Therefore, we urge them to, since they have made so beautiful speech telling us how important election is, and they are the people, the umpire that should organize the election, they should make sure that election processes are not compromised, because if you compromise it, the democracy
is not
will be at a risk and it will suffer, as the case may be. I think that's what she's trying to say. For me, it's a good message, but whether they will work in tandem with electioneering, whatever, is another discourse another day.
All right. Yeah. Let me take your quick reactions to the meeting the federal government had with key petroleum sector players yesterday. The minister said they want to see price at the pumps be reflective of the current realities globally with crude oil price. But they also said they don't want to be forceful. So they want to allow for more engagement. Do you think that this engagement can bring lower prices for us soonest? As Chief Adams. This is quick reactions.
I don't think so. The reasons are just one reason I'm going to give. Monopoly. How do you break monopoly? It's competition.
Is that monopoly?
It's a monopoly. The independent, whatever they call the marketers, they are a monopoly. They have a block, a very strong block now. They made, I watched that particular whatever. They made the reason you see them people talking. And government, I told government, I said, when your refineries are not working, you cannot dictate to this, these people, these are mercantilists and monopolistic entities. You can't dictate to them. Say, bring down the price. How do you crash the price of petroleum, for instance? If you flood the market with that product, economic relatives and whatever will force the price to drop. When government does not have their refineries working, how are you going to tell a man? He will tell you I imported this from Cayman.
Okay.
I paid XYZ. So you can't tell me to drop the price. But if government flood the market with that petroleum product from their refineries all over Nigeria, you see the price will be competing. Finally, NNPC filling stations. Some time ago,
I thought
you said one. You just queue. Why are you queuing here? They say no, that 5 naira difference is better. I'm just queuing. Because that is pricing. It will bring down monopoly. They will not bring down the price.
Kelly, what are they negotiating? I just said earlier, in America, Trump ordered the people to bring down.
Have they complied?
They have done that.
No,
my
you can't
called
confirm.
me. No. My people called me from there and said they're buying at a lower and cheaper price from what was obtained before.
I spoke with a direct family member, even though that family member uses an electric vehicle in America, and the family member told me that our own friends are still complaining that price is still high.
He's not buying fear.
Our own friends told that price is still high.
I'm telling you, who called me direct from there? Who is in fear?
No, the one that I spoke to is not from direct from there. It's
so Kelly, what are they negotiating? Federal government. We have seen the international market that Strait of Hormuz will open. Everything is down to normal. Crude is about $70-something, $60-something.
I heard 72 this
You come back to before this time it was 800 naira. It has fallen more.
That's really fallen now.
Yes.
So what are you waiting for? When the time of the increment came, they never wasted any time by increasing the pump prices. So now that it is down, why is it up? That's exploitations of these people, and it's a cabal and a cartel doing all this. If our refinery, just like we have been emphasizing, if our 4 refineries have been working, like this government told us before that LOA refinery is working, meanwhile nothing is there. They emphasize on it. In fact, they wore helmets and went around the whole plant and said the products are coming out. And I told you, Kelly, I was there already. I told you I drove past there that nothing was happening. Today, where are we? A concession is being proposed by with a Chinese company. So it is the government that knows that. See, and I keep saying, the suffering of the masses by this government in place is very enormous. It's unprecedented. The government is actually suffering the masses. The common thing that we should have benefited, even after lifting the fuel subsidy.
Oil subsidy. Fuel subsidy.
The fuel subsidy is gone. That should have had a very smooth system. Yet we are still suffering. And it is the bane of the economy. The major thing that drives the economy is fuel.
All right.
No life, no nothing. You see, the public salary use fuel. You see, the commonwealth that use fuel.
Okay.
So where are we?
All right.
Don't negotiate. Tell them this is XYZ. When this thing was like this, you did like this. Now that it's like this, return back to the normal 600 or 500 so that people can enjoy the product that we have.
It's actually 800.
You see, Kelly, where government would have had the clout to make them comply is whether were anything at all government has made to have its own fuel, which of course goes down to the refinery we are talking about. Whatever is making them not to, because remember, it's not only in the Tinubu administration. All of them, why they are running away from fixing the refinery is what I don't know. And that is their undoing. These people, you don't have power. What they should do is to give them instruction and not to come and then start talking. Even if you have the regulated price and all that, it's not absolute. Government could intermittently move in and give instructions on how it could go. That's what happens elsewhere. But now, your own is not there. You are arguing or bargaining on a weak point. Just like my people will tell you that a man who has a sickness that eats off the sole of his feet does not get annoyed. Because if you get annoyed, can you stand your feet on the ground? It's only when you can stand there that you can stand and then throw a punch. You don't have legs. What will you do? That is what government is like. Because now, what minister is Tinubu and his men going to stand on to say, please bring it down, that it happens elsewhere? We have a Nigerian factor. And that is why they are doing the way they are doing.
Okay. Maybe I heard that the price of cooking gas has dropped. Okay, I haven't bought it, but I've been reading reports that it has dropped. I bought, was it 1,008 when I bought? I hear it's now between 1.5, 1.2, I think 1.2 or so. That's what I haven't bought. But you see, that happened after the president called for that high-powered meeting for them to review with EFCC and all of those things, hoarding and this and that. Government has power.
They have. They do.
Government actually has power. So could that meeting make us or allow us to enjoy a quick drop in price? Let's watch. 08109510951. All right, I called the number earlier, so I'm just calling it again quickly. For messages, if you send now, I won't even read it because we read some and we have some more to read within the time available. All right, so the phone line is open, so we can take your reaction. 60 seconds, please. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hello, Frank. Welcome.
Yeah, I get all I get in the studio.
Good morning.
Talk about the meeting between the government and the marketer. I'm not happy the way some people are narrating this issue. Let me say it without mixing words. Federal government have power to regulate it because now the price have come down. They're also supposed to bring it down. We should not allow them for them to punish us, and at the end of the day they will call it Tinubu. There are some certain things every Nigeria can help the fellow Nigerians. The price of fuel have gone down. What are they doing for? They are still making gains. If the thing rent again, they will not even wait for government to. They will do it overnight. Now that the thing has gone down, let them also bring it down. Yeah, our brothers and sisters. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, Frank, thank you. Good morning. Today, 95.1. Welcome. I think we lost the call. Please call us back if you can, when you can. Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. Hello.
We can hear you. Good morning. Welcome.
Okay. The price of fuel can never come down. Following what Mr. Ndukwe said, you don't have anything. Will you come? And that is what brought Nigeria down. Early 80s when Buhari was there. He said price control. You cannot control what you don't have. It's like a Reverend Father saying there is no members in the church. How many of his children are there? So until they do our refinery, the fuel, then they can have mouth. Thank you.
Good morning. Today, 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning to again and guests in the studio. My name is Ed.
morning,
I'm
sir.
calling from you. Kelly, on the gas, you said I have come down. I don't know where my children bought yesterday. 1,770.
Oh, wow. Means it has not come down.
And it's a private one near our place.
Wait, 1,770 per kg?
We bought about 2 weeks ago 1,007. I bought myself. Yesterday they went there and bought 1,007. I don't know where you got your information, but all the same, let's pray and wish that they have. On the issue at hand, Kelly, if you are a father, even you as a young man, something happened in the family, your family, and you expected your mother to call you or your father to call you, and up to 50 something days, they have not done that. Even your uncle, Kelly, will you be happy? When we see the truth, let us say the truth. How can you tell me that they will say that those children, innocent children, 5 years, 7 years old,
Thank you,
the
sir.
man has not called. It's not good now.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Hi, Muriel. Please go on.
Thank you, Kelly. Kelly, I was really laughing when intelligent analysts were saying someone can really care about you, I love you, and yet not call you. I laughed so hard. Well, Kelly, that's the height of it for me. Well, no problem. It shouldn't even call, no bother. But he's saying that he wants to deploy AI in fighting insecurity. Well, that's a wonderful one. Let's wait and see. Let him not even bother to call now. It's even too late. And as for the prices of things coming down, clearly it is very, very easy now. Most market unions, all of them have unions. Transport, all of them have unions. Just call the various heads of the unions and talk about these things. Thank you, Kelly.
Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning to you, Kelly.
Morning, sir.
Yes, and I greet a guy in the house. On the visit to your state by Udi, as far as I'm concerned, is a good development. I know that we are approaching a electoral period, and some of these visits and meetings will actually, have little support. We help him to garner some support. But if anybody is telling me this is not political, I think the person is missing the line of the discussion this morning. Because all of these things will help Obi during the electoral period. So that is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning. Archie on the line.
Archie, please go on.
Humble and respected panelists on the house and people.
Morning, sir.
Let me contribute towards the statement presented by the INEC rep in respect of Mrs. May Obamuche, saying that when election is compromised, the masses of the people suffer. Well, she is in the right track. But I pray, when they pour her the political sugar on her mind, she never change her mind. Thank you so much. I cut off that.
Hello, good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning, sir.
Morning.
This is that they say that tell him that president thinks about the children that they kidnap. Ghana will tell the market to design, so it's supposed to take over. So we'll find and bring the children now. They're not taking security vote. Cannot find way and bring that children back. I cannot do security meeting and look away and go and meet the president. The president. I'm not taking security vote. Leave our bed.
Good morning. Today 95.1. Good morning again.
Hello. Good morning.
Hi, Tony Husford. Welcome.
Yes, there's every cause to be worried. Yes, I think it will be went to visit can you imagine and he came up with that. Yes, even if it's the president that created that lacuna. After it shouldn't have exceeded 1 minute after the abduction to put a call through to him. That's how we see it. Concerns are being shown. It will go a long way to see it now. This is a serious matter. Children are children, infants, teenagers, and dead. I mean, they are in a doctor's camp. Nobody knows what is happening to them. It's like, for instance, my father, something, God forbid, calamity befell me. And my father did not call me. I did not ask me anything. I mean, even raise the eyebrow.
All right.
So, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning, Sir Kelly. Madam Dr.
Hi, Madam Dota. Welcome.
Yes, the situation in Oyo State, and our big brother Obi has gone there, and he has been reported to what is going on there. Mr. President has not called the governor. As the governor called the chairman of the council, because I'm sure this will happen in a local government. I don't know why they play politics with everything. This is very sympathetic situation that Oyo people are facing. And all he come out to tell us after he visited the governor is that he has not called me, and Mr. President has not called him. Is it calling who that we need? We need those children come out. If he has any idea how those children can come out, he should share it with the governor and let them bring those children out. That is what I care. Madam Dr. Bukana, thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you, madam. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Oh, good morning. Greetings to everyone in the studio.
Good morning.
Peter will be saying what he said. Now, even if it might be true, I won't believe it because it's better Makinde himself come out to say that. He is an opposition party, so right now anything negative going to the present government, that is what he's going to support, even if I'm not supporting the present government. Then our president not, no, one of your hosts maybe said something that you should care even when you don't call. I don't believe that. Even if you don't call, there must be something.
You have a right. You have a right to disagree, but he also has a right to his opinion. Hello. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, Kelly, I don't know whether we are surprised that Mr. President has not called. Mr. President was forced to go to Benue State. And when he went there, what did he do? He forced the woman to come and meet him at the airport. You know, these are things you look at it and say, are you surprised? He said, stubborn politician. I'm talking about his statement. He said, I'm a stubborn politician. They want to use him to undo me. I will keep campaigning. So he's campaigning and it doesn't really matter whether people they die or they kidnap people. He's not concerned about. But they're concerned that he's a stubborn politician. He keeps campaigning. So don't be surprised at what he's doing. What matters to him now is 2027. Not the number of people that have died, the number of people that are kidnapped. He's completely out from it. You understand? Let's look at it in that way. Don't look at it as Mr. President to come to. No. Once that is public outcry, just watch him go call now.
All right. Thank
That's
you.
all.
Final call. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, this is Tony calling from Kofato. Concerning what Makinde said, I quite agree with him because when he had that row with the Justice Minister, the Justice Minister made a comment. He said, assuming without conceding that he said that and the people will not present it, why should the Yoruba man excuse that? So that thing, I believe, is still angering the president. So I believe what Makinde said and what Obi said is true. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the calls. Pure deceitful comment from Amopiton. Oga, you can't guide Nigerians. People understand all these antics. Okay? You go explain to Amopiton and nobody go trust you. The arrest of Adene's father by the police is illegal and unconstitutional. What else will I say when even our courts are not doing differently in their judgments? Happy Harry, Esquire. Thank you for your contribution. Okay? This is Ejima from Army Range. Today FM, good morning. For the comments by INEC Chairman, Nigerians have lost hope and we no longer believe INEC. That is led by Amopiton. Thank you. Next one. This one. All right. Shamelessly, the government would always find a way to cover their wrong deeds, which is obvious even to the blind. From the National Assembly, SGF, Central Bank are all accomplices to this saga. For me, let Femi Kwajabia step aside for thorough investigation. Kelly from Port Harcourt, your contribution, sir. Thank you. Okay, Chief OK Buzwe. You can react to the issue, but you can't react to what a guest said. Chief. No, I don't allow it. I won't make an exception for you. Kelly, you should know by now that the governor, Makinde, and the president, Tinubu, are not political allies. Therefore, they are not friendly, especially ever since Governor Makinde declared his intention to run for president come 2027. The feud between the president and Governor Makinde actually emanated from the very day when Makinde accused the president and the minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, that there was an agreement between Wiki and the president to destroy the PDP and not to produce candidates. Pastor Sunday from Rumugo, Port Harcourt. That is your contribution. Thank you, sir. I have a theory why the president does not call Makinde. Makinde wants to be the next president of Nigeria. Makinde is in the opposition. Makinde is playing politics, thereby painting the president in bad light. Ademola Fumi from Rumukuta Market. That's your theory. Okay, let's see. Okay, I haven't read this message. When elections are compromised, nation suffers. INEC chairman. The past INEC chairman made me not to believe on the commission anymore because past INEC chairman vowed that under his watch, INEC election would be free, fair, and credible. But at the election, he disappointed millions of Nigerians. The big one was the IRF portal issue. INEC promised real-time upload of results, but on election day, we know the story. That created suspicion, protests, and court cases. For a lot of people, trust is broken. Thank God, ability at table. Thank you for your contribution. This and one more, and that's it. Maximum greetings to all in the studio. Arresting the father is a step, but the real way forward is to investigate and prosecute the institutions and officials who gave a fake ministry office space, budget access, legitimacy in the federal secretariat, because until we dismantle that criminal collusion, Nigeria will keep producing more Adeniyi Matthews. Chukamora Anthony from Ajip. That is your contribution. The last one. All this propaganda by Peter Obi won't give him one vote in Oyo State. If he likes, he should not prepare to spend money. Ernest from Woji. That is your contribution. Okay, so I'll just move away from here, read some of the contributions via the traditional SMS, and then come back to play your voice notes, all right? Friday Olu from Uniport. The father and family friend of the alleged ingenious conman, Adeniyi, picked up by the police. The police are at it again, doing what they know how to do best. Is criminal liability transferable, where a family member or associate of a crime suspect is arrested for a crime he or she didn't commit or had no knowledge of? The Nigeria police by the 21st century ought to be amenable, not criminally averse to civilized, modern, and conventional crime as fighting and prevention. Adeniyi's father and family friend, are they among the 300 staff of the Phantom Agency? Maybe yes. Friday Olu Uniport. That's your contribution. Thank you, sir. I'm going to ability to read a message from you already. Okay. All right. Voice messages. Let's make some time to listen to them this morning. We'll go back to Facebook from here, take some more of your contributions before we skid out. Okay? So let's see. This one. Give us a moment.
Yeah, thank God he knows that. All of them, all the politicians in this country, all of them, except for Peter, we know that I'm trying to paint in white. But as it stands now, I've not seen anybody that has come out with a proof and evidence that this man is corrupt and this is the evidence. So until then, he's white for now. But others, anytime they want to speak out or say something different, EFCC will stand up on their doors morning, afternoon, night. So when they see that, what do you expect them to do? They will have to oblige. So Amupitan is saying it's not that we didn't know, we know all of them, and all of them they know. So thank God for that. Thank you. If I get it, please, I sent you a text message. I don't know if you have seen it. Thank you.
What's the message about? Okay, what's the message about?
Good morning, sir. Television, the and our respective guests. Police arrest the most trending content creator in Nigeria, Adeyemi, is a good one. For what happened to the arrowhead of the matter? Why did they get him also? For federal government having a closed door meeting with the Dangote refinery and NNPCL, for me, is very laughable because I think a government that has the power to regulate everything in the country should give them a matching order. This is how I want, due to the current price of crude oil at the international market. It should let them give them a price tag. Say, this is what I want people to be selling for. Why would they be buying below 800 and be taxing Nigerian on earth? Really, for me, it's very, very unfortunate. That's my take. God's time from Port Harcourt.
All right, Gostam, thank you. We played some of the voice messages earlier. Yes, we did. I see some more messages drop later. Okay, so I have to read some of the other contributions this morning. Facebook, let's do an update. I see that there are more contributions, so let me go through. Friday Udom says, you mean victory is sure? That's the messenger. Okay, so who is it sure for Nigerians? Ijere Hansen, INEC chairman, doesn't have the moral ground to make such statements because the elections he has conducted recently in Ekiti didn't reflect the people's will. I think I've read this already, so let's move. So no, I'm sure I read this. Sami Ekere, this statement is just one of their written strategy, just to distract them from what they want to hear while you do the opposite. What has changed possibly since he took over? Olatubosun Wahid, this is just rhetoric that has been repeated by every successor at INEC. All right, and I think that's all from here. That's the update from here about this one. Chile Edwin, the NDC should start sharing food to Nigerians if they mean better for the people, not entertaining people with unnecessary vibes. They're neither here nor there. So what are you reacting to, sir? Okay, I think we can go now. We've gone round all the channels. We'd like to say thank you for making the time to speak with us on the show. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for spending your time with us on our breakfast special, Today's Quest. We're live on Today 95.1 FM. So that's it. Henry Kine, he left already. He's a legal practitioner, National Legal Advisor, Committee for the Defense of Human Rights, CTHR. We have our deepest appreciation, sir. Chief Asim Adams, Esquire, legal practitioner, co-convener, Access to Justice International. Chief, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly, for inviting me. God bless Nigeria.
You don't have a final word today?
My final word is on police brutality and impunity.
Okay.
Please, they should release the father of the suspect, that man,
Okay.
except there are reasons why they are keeping him.
All right.
Thank you.
Chief Engineer Kiadom Richard Deka, MNSC 2019 governorship candidate, publicity secretary, concerned and patriotic ex-governorship candidate, River State G1. Chief, thank you.
Kelly. Thank you today. Okay.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
That's our show, everyone. Enjoy a peaceful day. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Retro moments and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 11:32, Tuesday, July 7, 2026. My name is Queen Chima. A Nigerian artist known as Solid Star has sparked reactions because of his comment around versatility and Nigerian singers. He says that Nigerian artists are not versatile, that the only genre that they have concentrated on over the years is Afrobeats, and then saying that what happens to other genres and exploring those aspects of music. And why are we having a market that only promotes Afro beats? And that's a question that he's asked, and a lot of people have jumped right into it, answering questions to that regard, and saying, saying Nigerian artists are not versatile, maybe a little conclusive and general, right? Nigerian musicians aren't versatile, maybe just an absolute statement. Maybe you can point to artists who have experimented across genre, framing it as a question. Has the industry made Nigerian musicians less adventurous? Maybe that's an angle we can take. Is it likely to produce produce the kind of conversations that we want to have, talking about versatility or adventure or the kind of music that we do in Nigeria? Then you could talk about that, because many Nigerian artists have shown versatility. I mean, Burna Boy blends Afrobeats, reggae, dancehall, hip hop, and Afrofusion. Wizkid has incorporated R&B, amapiano, house, and Caribbean influences. Adekunle Gold recently told us about his evolving into high life. I mean, his album. So from high life inspired music to Afropop, R&B, and electronic sounds. Well, Pato Ranking mixes dancehall, reggae, Afrobeats, and pop. But one question: among them locked into Afrobeats? Some people argue that many artists stick to one commercially successful sound instead of exploring genres like rock, jazz, soul, or even country. Others believe Nigerian artists are actually very versatile, but aren't recognized for it because the market rewards Afro beats. What are your thoughts? What do you think about this? Please share your thoughts on our social media platform: Facebook, Today 95.1 FM, X at Today FM 951. Those two channels. And then you can drop a comment, text or WhatsApp message. That is text or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 Text or WhatsApp message would work perfectly for that portal. On the news, foreign singer British actor Michael Ward has denied raping a woman in the back of a car, telling a jury the encounter was consensual and he thought they were having a great time. Ward, who's 28, is accused of raping the woman after meeting her at a nightclub in East London on the 2nd of January 2023. He denies 2 charges of rape and 3 counts of sexual assault. Ward told Snasbrook Crown Court in London on Monday that they had shared a quiet, flirty conversation and a passionate kiss, which then became a developing situation. The BAFTA award-winning actor is known for his starring roles in the film Blue Story and Netflix series Top Boy. The woman, who cannot be named for legal reasons, broke down last week as she told the jury she did not understand the situation she was in and that she never would have got in that car with him if she had known. But jurors were previously told she knew Ward had been in films and on TV and felt flattered when he asked for her Snapchat handle. The woman recalled that she did not use the word no during the encounter and completely shut down, but said she told Ward that she needed to leave on multiple occasions. On Monday, Ward told the court that she was an active participant. Everything we did was wholly consensual and we were having a great time, he said, when asked what he thought about the situation by his lawyer, Sally Bennett Jenkins KC. We had a mutual attraction with each other. We engaged in consensual sex and had a great time, and she was actively participating in what we were doing all the time. The alleged incident happened during a New Year party Ward was hosting in Gants Hills, East London. Afterwards, the woman had seemed absolutely fine and they had a nice and engaging journey. Continues. Well, still on the news, where British singer Lauren Bennett, one of the voices on LMFAO's 2011 hit song Party Rock Anthem, has died, age 37. Her former musical group GRL shared the news on its Instagram account on Monday. It is with great sadness that we share the passing of our beloved Lauren, the statement said. Our hearts are broken and we cannot begin to express how much she meant to us. The statement did not reveal a cause of death, and representatives for full song of all time by Billboard after spending 6 weeks as the #1 song on its Hot 100 in 2011. Bennett also featured alongside LMFAO members in the song's music video, which has more than 2.5 billion views on YouTube. In 2014, she joined pop group GRL, created as reboot of US girl group The Pussycat Dolls, alongside singers Paula Van Upen, Natasha Slayton, Simone Battle, and Emmeline Estrada. The group's most popular single was Ugly Heart, released in 2014. They also featured on Pitbull's song Wild Wild Love that same year. Bennett separately sang on soundtracks for the movies Date Night and 21 Jump Street. We will forever cherish the love, laughter, and countless memories she gave us, GRL statement said. Her beautiful spirit touched so many lives, and she will be deeply missed and forever loved. Former bandmate Aria Crescendo paid tribute, posting on Instagram, "Rest in peace, Lauren, my sister and my best friend. I can't believe you left. We spoke a week before it all happened, and I could not imagine that would be the last time I would be able to talk to you. Love you and miss you forever." Well, in Nigeria, where Grammy-winning Nigerian singer Damini Ogunoluwa Ugulu, popularly known as Burna Boy, has recorded a massive 644 million monthly audience on YouTube Music, emerging as the highest-ranked artist among the platform's current top 5. Respondent on Monday shows that Burna Boy, with 6.141 million subscribers and its 644 million monthly audience, ahead of Ashake, who has 2.06 million subscribers and 11.6 million monthly audience. Wizkid with 3.67 million subscribers and 24.2 million monthly audience. Sheyi Vibes with 500,000 subscribers and 3.28 million monthly audience, and Davido with 5.04 million subscribers and 25.4 million monthly audience. Also making the platform's top 10 are Omale with 2.78 million subscribers, Benson with 506,000 subscribers, Young John with 457,000 subscribers, Rema with 5.55 million subscribers, and Udumodu Black with 310 subscribers. Well, the latest feed adds to Burna Boy's impressive run on global streaming platforms. It comes shortly after the African giant creator became the African artist with the highest monthly listeners on Spotify, peaking at 46.84 million monthly listeners, to surpass South African star Tyler's previous record of 46.58 million. The Spotify milestone has been driven largely by the global success of Die Die, Burna Boy's collaboration with Colombian music icon Shakira. The song, selected as the official anthem of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, gained worldwide traction following its opening ceremony performance, boosting the singer's global audience and reinforcing his position as one of Africa's biggest streaming stars. Well, veteran Nollywood actress Rita Edochie has criticized an event where an MC over comments he had made about infidelity in marriage, describing the remarks as unfair to women. Edochie reacted to a video she shared on Instagram, which showed the MC addressing a couple identified as Thomas and Mirabel during what appeared to be a marriage-related event. In the clip, which was in the Igbo language, the MC told the wife that if her husband traveled for months and cheated on him, she would die and run mad before asking her to respond with amen. However, when speaking to the husband, Thomas, he said that if he cheated on his wife, God will forgive him because he did not do it intentionally. The comment sparked outrage from the actress, who said she hoped the video was merely a joke or social media content. Edochie argued that if men are often excused for infidelity because they are considered polygamous by nature, women should be afforded the same grace and forgiveness. She said society had for too long operated with one set of rules for men and another for women, noting that while unfaithful men are frequently described as having made a mistake or acted according to their nature, women are quickly condemned and sometimes deemed unworthy of remaining in their marriages. The actress questioned why the same offense should attract different outcomes, insisting that if marriage vows are exchanged equally, accountability and forgiveness should also be applied equally. Edochie further maintained that a marriage cannot thrive on a system where men are constantly excused while women are expected to be perfect. She concluded that society cannot genuinely claim to defend the sanctity of marriage while measuring men and women with different standards, adding that a principle is only a principle when it applies to everyone. Well, veteran Nollywood actress and filmmaker Buki Wright premiered the return of Omotora Johnson, the long-awaited sequel to her 2008 Yoruba crime drama, marking the franchise's return to cinema 15 years after the original captivated audiences. The Lagos premiere held at the Monarch Event Center Ileki ahead of the film's nationwide release on the 10th of July, which attracted a star-studded audience of actors, musicians, business leaders, royalty, and political figures. Among those in attendance were Toyin Abraham, Iyabo Ojo, Femi Adebayo, Lateef Adedimeji, Timini Ebusong, Richard Mofedamijo, Gabriel Afolayan, Jide Kosoko, Yomi Fash, Lanso Eniola Badmos, Bolaji Ogumola, and Bianca Ogunwanne. Celebrity fashion entrepreneur Sheyi Vodi, rappers Lantan singer Ricardo Banks, Transport Union leader MC Olomo, socialite IBD Dede the Ara Ona Kakanfo Eba Land, and others were also present. Miss Wright, who arrived with her son, received a warm ovation from guests and thanked those who supported the project from its conception to completion. The return of Omotora Johnson marks Wright's status as a leading actress in Nollywood in the late 2000s. With ahead of the sequel release, she uploaded the first two Omotora Johnson films to her YouTube channel, introducing the franchise to a new generation of viewers while reconnecting longtime fans with the story. Released in 2008, the original film followed Omotora Johnson, a fearless but morally conflicted woman whose life was shaped by crime, betrayal, and violent confrontations. The character became one of the most memorable female anti-heroes in contemporary Yoruba cinema. The sequel picks up 15 years later, having left her criminal past behind to raise her son. Omotora is forced back into a life she thought she had escaped after he becomes the prime suspect in the murder case. As old enemies return and long-buried secrets resurface, she must confront unfinished battles while protecting her family. Well, it features an ensemble cast including Buki Wright, Richard Mofedami, Shafi Bello, Tony Abraham, Ali Nuhu, and Chidi Mokeme. According to the producers, post-production was completed in the United Kingdom to enhance the film's technical quality. Before the Lagos premiere, the film had a special screening in Abuja on the 28th of June as part of the activities leading to its nationwide cinema release. Well, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. We're still going to explore the conversation around Nigerian artists not being versatile and ask a lot of questions. Maybe, is Afrobeats helping or limiting Nigerian musicians? Is it? Are Nigerian musicians truly versatile, or are they just rebranding the same sound? Who is responsible for the lack of experimentation? The market? That's you listening. The award, the shows, the categorization of a genre called Afrobeats or Afrobeats, and awards giving to that genre as what keeps Nigerian artists maybe in that box and preventing them from showing versatility? I mean, these are just a number of questions to ask. Right? Global comparisons. Can a Nigerian artist survive commercially outside Afro beats? If Davido came up with a country song, would you like him or say, please, Davido, I beg, go back to your Afro beats? Eh? If if Burna Boy came with R&B, or maybe these artists have genres that just work for them and works for the culture and works for what you like to listen to. Please tell me. Send a text message to 0701 9339 962. Send a text or WhatsApp message to that number. I'll definitely read that. We're still on entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Are Nigerian musicians truly versatile, or does the music industry keep them locked into Afrobeat? Some people argue that many artists stick to one commercially successful sound instead of exploring genres like rock, jazz, soul, or even country. Others believe Nigerian artists are actually very versatile but aren't recognized for it because the market rewards Afrobeats. And a message here says, Queen, not the individual. I mean the artist. I'm Chimzi from Rumosi. Okay, it's the artist. It has nothing to do with the market. You think so? Is that absolute? Is that absolute? Because last year we saw Timaya talk about the millions of naira you have to invest into a music video. He went further to talk about not just the music video, but even promoting that song, promoting the song. Apart from some of these artists that are topping the charts, right? You want to ask about the commercial success of some of these other artists. Maybe they are not doing like Afrobeats, R&B, or country, or what other genre. So are they really getting their monies back? You want to ask that question, or it's like, what does the market want? And that's a smart businessman. You remember these people have a lot of people investing in them, investing in their music. Don Jazzy was talking about the millions it takes to put an artist out there. And so when you do all of that work, you just tell the artist, okay, we're going to create this song, and it has to be what the people want, what the market wants, so they can listen. So do you think the market is crippling versatility? This is a comment on Facebook, said they are versatile. There's Omaomi, Asha, Cobams, Frank Edwards. The thing is that the listeners are stuck with Afro because it's in vogue. This is to the detriment of blues, rock, soul, hip hop. The new listeners may not like a song from Celine Dion or Sade. Remember, we're talking Nigerians, right? Or MI. Whereas people like us from the 80s, 90s, the early 2000s may prefer them. Another thing is that music has this generational movement. That's the point here. There was a time when reggae, like the likes of Ras Kimono, Daniel Wilson, Lucky Dube, etc., Blues, Westlife, Boyzone, Kenny G, Babyface, Tony Braxton, etc., ruled the music space. So it's a generational thing. It's like moving with the times and the trend. But another angle you want to look at is also international award organizations, right? Okay, where they have categorized Nigerians, so Afrobeats, and also the genre that has pushed some of these artists internationally, even with collaborations. When we saw the likes of P Square do collaborations with Akon, we saw Two Face do with what's this his song? Two Face's song that he did. There's this collaboration I'm trying to remember. It's skipping my mind now. And then we saw Wizkid. First, we also saw D'banj, right, have a collaboration with one American singer. His name has also skipped my mind. What's going on in my head this morning, right? So with all of those collaborations, we began to see the likes of Wizkid, Burna Boy, Davido collaborate with international artists, even Rema, but on Afrobeats. And that pushed them really far. And it felt like, okay, this sound can go farther than we think. Maybe that could also be a point. But thank you so much for texting, because it's being a conversation. Solly Sack came out saying, we're not versatile. Why are we just doing Afrobeats? Why? What happens to other genres? But even Solly Star did 1 in a Million Afrobeats, and that was all, it was all over the place. Other genres, we're asking, where are those songs? If you play 1 in a Million now, there's still that beauty, that sound that comes with it. So it could be, or may probably just be a generational thing. Before we just wrap up here and leave the studio, let's just see what this... Spyro says, I met my partner at a nightclub. He's been talking about this all the time and saying it doesn't matter where you meet your partner. You can meet your partner anywhere. Maybe yes. Well, yes, you can meet your partner anywhere. If you see the partner, you say, this is my partner. It doesn't matter where you met the person. Pretty much works for you. Remember that we have been talking about the YouTube market over and again on the show and what's happening with that market and how some people are dominating the market, from producers to filmmakers to actors. Now, I saw this on the Nation newspaper where they put together top 10 male Nollywood actors dominating YouTube in 2026. We really need to have a conversation again about this YouTube market because it's becoming one of Nollywood's biggest distribution platforms in 2026, and Nollywood has complained over the years that distribution has been one of the challenges that they have faced, even with cinema films. Or you hear the likes of Funke Akindele, Tony Abraham, who are leading in cinema films and talking about their distribution and how that could be a challenge. And from romantic dramas to family stories and emotional thrillers, these actors continue to attract massive audiences and help producers achieve millions of views within days of releases. Are you guessing these 10 that were put together as the actors dominating the scene? There's Uzo Aruke, there's Timini Ebusun, there is, who said, by the way, that he had to move to YouTube so that he can reach a larger audience. Ebuka did a show where Timini and Zubi Michael were having the conversation, and Zubi told Timini that he was more popular than he was. And Timini, in one of the interviews, said he had to consider that because Zubi Michael did more YouTube movies. Now you have to be able to reach the whole of West Africa or even the African market. There's Maurice Sam, there's Deyemi Okanlawo, there is Daniel Etimefyong, there is Clinton Joshua, Stan Nze, SODK, Kunle Remy, and Frederick Leonard. These are the 10. I don't know if they make the 10 for you. That is if you watch YouTube movies. Now, still your... What's this? Okay, I didn't get that. We're leaving this to still your very own Chimsy. Though it's my first time doing this texting on radio. Thank you, Chimsy. I have to go. Thank you so much for tuning in to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Don Wilson with the news at 12 coming up shortly. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
It's Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. President Tinubu orders FCCPC investigation into Meta, Google, and X over media content abuse. Rivers Police plan controlled destruction of expired explosives in Thai local government area. On the foreign scene, severe thunderstorms in central China leave 8 dead, 275 injured. Now, the Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, to probe Meta, Google's parent company, Alphabet, and X over alleged anti-competitive practices and the unauthorized use of Nigerian media content. The order, conveyed by the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, also covers generative AI platforms operating in Nigeria. The directive followed a joint petition by the Nigerian Press Organization and other media bodies who accused the tech firms of undermining fair competition and exploiting journalistic content. Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the FCCPC, Tunji Bello, said the investigation will be independent and evidence-based to determine if any violations of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act 2018 occurred. He added that the probe will look into abuse of market dominance, the scraping of copyrighted news, and the lack of fair compensation deals with Nigerian publishers. Bello, however, noted that the inquiry is not a presumption of guilt and that all parties will be given a chance to present their case. A peace advocacy group, the Northern Alliance for Peace and Security, has lauded the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oloyede, and the Nigerian Armed Forces for their sustained successes against terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping. In a statement issued on Tuesday in Abuja, the national president of the group, Danladi Abutu, emphasized the military's renewed offensive, which has successfully restored public confidence and resulted in the rescue of hundreds of abducted citizens across the country. Abutu also strongly condemned the targeting of schools and students by criminal networks, describing these actions as a direct assault on Nigeria's future and progress. To consolidate the gains, the group therefore urged Nigerians to demonstrate patriotism by supporting security forces and volunteering credible intelligence to help defeat criminal elements. The Nigeria Customs Service has said it is targeting 11.7 trillion naira revenue for 2026 in the bid to deepen automation, expand intelligence-led enforcement, and enhance trade facilitation. Well, these follows a Senate Committee on Customs and Excise approved the proposed revenue target and 1.2 trillion naira expenditure estimate. While addressing the National Assembly, Controller General Adewale Adeniyi said customs exceeded its 2025 targets by 10.24%, generating 7.28 trillion naira against a 6.58 trillion naira goal, despite waivers on items like CNG vehicles, healthcare equipment, and military imports. However, Adeniyi noted that recent tariff cuts on used and new vehicles and disruptions from the Middle East crisis could affect the target. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has disclosed that Ogun State recorded 415 road traffic crashes, resulting in 161 fatalities and 1,007 injuries between January and May 2026. According to the FRSC command spokesperson Afolabi Odunsi, it marked a notable yearly decline in traffic incidents, down from the 494 crashes, 212 fatalities, and 1,121 injuries reported during the corresponding period in 2025. However, Odunsi noted that majority of the recorded accidents were still triggered by preventable traffic violations, including excessive speeding, overloading, and mechanical failures. In response to the ongoing challenges, the command reiterated its commitment to protecting lives and property and urged motorists to maintain strict compliance with road safety laws in order to minimize further avoidable casualties across the state's transport network. A former secretary to the government of the Federation, SGF, Babachir Lawal, has criticized the alleged allocation of public funds to a non-existent presidential council, labeling it a major institutional breakdown within the federal government. Reacting in an interview, Lawal emphasized that government agencies cannot legally receive funding from the national budget without a formal administrative and legal foundation approved by both the executive and legislative arms. He pointed out that since legitimate agencies must formally defend their financial proposals, the inclusion of an unestablished entity strongly suggests that institutional checks and balances were bypassed. Lawal remarks follows mounting public scrutiny and widespread calls for increased accountability and a thorough investigation into the federal government's budgeting process. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news and foreign stories. To stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The chairman of the International Society for Social Justice and Human Rights, Uminazu Jackson, has expressed concern over reports of an alleged 1.3 billion naira allocation in the federal budget to the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. Speaking in an interview with Today FM, Uminazu noted that the recent reports have put the council's legal status under scrutiny and cast doubt on the legitimacy of its financial allocation. Omenezu stated that in line with their commitment to accountability, Nigerians deserve clear details on the law establishing the council, adding that a thorough investigation should be launched if the agency lacks legal backing for its budget allocation.
Questions are being raised regarding the legal status and operational legitimacy of an institution that reportedly received substantial public funding through the federal budget. If the council is indeed a duly established government entity, Nigerians deserve immediate clarification regarding its statutory foundation, operational mandate, and accountability mechanism. If no, the council lacks legal recognition within the constitution and administrative framework of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Then, circumstances surrounding the allocation demand urgent investigation.
The ISSJHR maintained that public funds belong to the citizens and demand transparent management, and therefore called on the federal government and other relevant oversight agencies to immediately clarify the legal basis for the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. They also requested details of the budget line under which the reported 1.3 billion naira was approved, the projects and programs the funds are meant to finance, and the accountability measures in place to ensure proper use of the funds.
Question before the nation is both simple and profound. How can a supposedly non-existent government agency receive 1.3 billion from a budgetary allocation if it has no legal standing within the architecture of government? The question is not merely political. It is a constitutional, moral, and physical concern that goes to the heart of public accountability and democratic governance. ISSJHR therefore call upon the federal government, the National Assembly, the Budget Office of the Federation, and all relevant oversight institutions to provide immediate public clarification.
The Rivers State House of Assembly has summoned the Managing Director of Heirs Energies Limited and the company's management team to appear before the House on Monday, July 2026, over their repeated failure to honor invitations concerning petitions before its Committee on Public Complaints and Petitions. The resolution followed the presentation and adoption of the committee's report during the House's fourth legislative sitting of the fourth session. Speaking during plenary, the Speaker Martin Amiwili said the Assembly would not tolerate what he described as an affront to the legislature. He noted that Section 129 empowers the House to summon individuals and obtain evidence relevant to matters under investigation, urging Heirs Energies to appear before lawmakers at 10 a.m. on the scheduled date. Meanwhile, lawmakers also adopted the committee's recommendation directing Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited to pay 205,813,285 naira 65 kobo as compensation to affected residents of the community. It further urged the company to undertake a comprehensive cleanup and remediation of the affected area to safeguard public health. The Rivers State Police Command has disclosed plans to destroy expired explosive materials in the custody of Haliburton Energy Services Nigeria Limited in Bogo Community, Thai local government area of the state. The command, in a statement issued by the Public Relations Officer ASP Agabe Blessing Kabolo, said it will carry out the destruction between July 8 and July 10, 2026. According to the statement, approval was granted for the disposal exercise after the explosives were examined by relevant experts and confirmed to have expired. The statement further revealed that the destruction operation will be conducted by a team of explosive ordnance disposal and chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear operatives from Port Harcourt. The police have assured residents that strict safety measures are in place for the exercise and advised the residents, especially those around Bogo community, not to panic when they hear loud explosions, as the sounds are just part of the controlled destruction process. A senior lecturer at the Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Professor Samuel Amele, has thrown his weight behind the federal government's move to bring Chinese on board to manage Nigeria's moribund refineries. Speaking to the FM's Magnus Umwa against the backdrop of rising cost of living occasioned by persistent fuel increase in the country, Amele said if such an arrangement is finalized, the economy will once again bounce back to life. He highlighted the importance and advantages of entering into partnership with foreign entrepreneurs, stressing that Nigeria will record significant progress in several sectors of the economy once the ailing refineries are fixed. The University Don, however, stressed the need for the federal government to give timeline for the project execution and completion, adding that Nigerians will be happy to see their country back to its past glory of being an oil exporting country rather than all important nation.
If the Chinese will come, it's a good thing. But they should come in partnership with the government of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that partnership has to be well discussed. The conditions should be set in such a way that it should not be another way of duping this nation. What I'm saying is that there should be clear-cut conditions. These people are coming. How long will they stay in this partnership? Then, what do we stand to gain? What do we stand to lose?
On the Port Harcourt refinery, Amelia observed that the facility ought to be giving special attention due to its huge natural endowment deposited for the people of the Niger Delta region.
Refinery is a very special refinery. It's a gift to River State and its environment, especially the Niger Delta states. It's a blessing. And you know that in Siamu, they were really producing the oil, and the benefits were enjoyed by the nation beyond the Niger Delta. Port Harcourt refinery came in, and we expected it would have transformed River State and the region. I think that with this trend of Chinese coming, let us see how that dead refinery can come back to life.
Governorship candidate of the People's Redemption Party in River State, Nature Dumalekeya, has commended the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC for extending the voter registration exercise by 2 weeks, describing it as a step in the right direction. In an interview with Today FM's correspondent, Dumalekeya said his position followed the fact that Nigerians who never participated in voting exercise are there in need of their permanent voter cards with the sole aim of redeeming the people through their votes in the 2027 general elections. The PRP governorship candidate further accused the ruling party of losing direction, destabilizing opposition parties, and weaponizing poverty through pre-election handouts, while positioning the PRP as the only party capable of meeting Nigeria's needs.
The extension of the voters' registration for another 2 weeks is the right step in the right direction. The reason is because Nigerians have never been in need for redemption like as it were now. And so Nigerians who have never voted before are going to get their PVCs so that they can redeem the people by their votes. The reason why also the opposition parties are in crisis is actually because the ruling party has lost, direction. They've lost focus. They have missed out from delivering the dividend of democracy to Nigerians.
Dumali Kega, who is also the coordinator of the Ogoni Eco Citizens Initiative, expressed optimism that international spotlight from the Americas will force INEC to deliver a credible 2027 election for Nigerians who are ready to vote themselves out of poverty and insecurity.
They want to come out from this suffering, from this insecurity. And the only way they are going to do that is through their PVC. And that is why the extension of INEC, to get more people get their PVC is very, very ideal and needful. And this is because INEC also understand that they are the spotlight. International communities are beaming their light on them. United States this morning, the 6th of July 2026, on a national newspaper like Vanguard, has indicated they're going to be watching over the polls.
The chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the All Progressives Congress, APC, Nikore local government of River State have jointly extended birthday felicitations to the chairman of the River State Waste Management Agency, RUWAMA, and the APC South Publicity Secretary, Eze Samuel Wanosike, and the executive chairman of the Ikore local government area, Eze Charles Nwobodo, on the occasion of their birthdays. The joint goodwill message issued under the banner of the Rainbow Coalition, Ikore local government area, the PDP chairman, Bosorochi Nwobodo, and his APC counterpart, Obara Kingsley, described both celebrants as distinguished leaders whose contributions have continued to impact River State, Ikore Kingdom, and humanity positively. They prayed for Almighty God to grant the two leaders good health, long life, greater wisdom, renewed strength, and many more years of impactful leadership and selfless service. The joint birthday message was signed by the chairman of the PDP Nikore local government area, Bosorochi Nwobodo, and chairman of the APC Nikore local government area, Obara Kingsley, on behalf of the Rainbow Coalition, Ikore local government area. Well, on the foreign scene where severe thunderstorms, strong winds, and tornadoes struck central China's Hubei province, killing at least 8 people, injuring 275 others and leaving 1 person missing. The disaster prompted the emergency evacuation of over 400 residents in the hard-hit Huangguang district, where rescue and relief operations are currently underway. Experts note that the intensity and frequency of such extreme global weather events are escalating due to rising planet temperatures caused by fossil fuel emissions. While China remains the world's largest emitter of greenhouse gases, it is simultaneously expanding its renewable energy capacity with the goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. President Tinubu has ordered FCCPC investigation into Meta, Google, and X over media content abuse. We told you that the Rivers State Police has disclosed plans to destroy expired explosive materials in Thai local government area. The foreign scene, you also heard that severe thunderstorms in central China has left 8 dead and 275 injured. That was the news as edited by Source Onabu. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube Live, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, there. We know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections. of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pie to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some rest. When there are hormonal changes in a man, for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important, to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one. Discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to 2. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockade. A stitch at time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 08033111946. I repeat, 08033111946. I repeat, 08033111946. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Quantly man, correct, becalistic, obonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary, sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, we don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiako.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round. It goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
1, 2. Yeah.
through the hood with this little fly something. Always wanna buy something. Player haters got an eye from 'em. Can't go nowhere with my lady. Brothers acting shady, baby. Pass me my 380. We chillin' in the precious white sand. Baby, here's the plan. Charter plane to Amsterdam. And we can spend a whole bunch of francs. Woke up, little dank, listening to Total Sank. What?
What about you? What about me? What about us? Yeah, what we gon' do? What we gon' do? Total help me sing. Total help me sing. What about me? What about you? What about us? What we gon' do? 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 What we
Today's Quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops are the commentaries from my esteemed panelists. Today's Quest, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the People.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission. And it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
This na the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
Nigeria government don't deny claims say them spend 2% of Nigeria GDP over 8 trillion naira outside the approved budget for 2026. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, talk say Nigeria government no dey operate shadow budget or they spend public funds outside the constitutional approved budget for public finance. Oga Minister comment na in reply to IMF latest report. But wetin dey inside the International Monetary Fund report? The IMF 2026 Article 4 consultation report talk say Nigeria no dey report about 2% of the nation GDP inside the 2026 official budget. Christian Ebeke, IMF official during in public address recently talk say this means say Nigeria fiscal debits looks more past waiting the government they borrow because them don't come on some budget from the official budget documents. He talk say if government begin report waiting them supposed report for your document, the statistics go become clear and them go fit correctly look into the country financial position and public investment levels. Inside the IMF report, the International Financial Institution warn Nigeria government say the economic reforms where they do no show improved living condition among Nigerians and this fit cause outbreak of violence for the country. IMF advised Nigeria government make them strengthen the economy to fit improve investor confidence for the country. But Nigerian Minister of Finance no agree with waiting IMF talk. Taiwo Oyedele say under the constitution, them no fit withdraw the public funds as them go need follow statutory authorities, first line charges and independent agency structures where the National Assembly don't approve. The minister argues say President Tinubu don't formally request say make the National Assembly end the practice of multiple and overlapping budgets and instead them don't harmonize into single budget. Make you remember say this no be the first time IMF they touchlight how countries they spend money. But tell us, wetin fit make Nigeria budget system better pass as be now? Enter bbcpidgin.com for more tori and follow us for all our social media platforms, including our TikTok and WhatsApp channel.